Hello. Are we live? Let's see. Hattie says, don't drink an AMA. Free question or super berries? Free question. Questions are free. Answers cost money. Why was it taken down? I think you can answer that question, Levy. What you got poured up? I'll give you a guess. There's a rumor that it has antifreeze in it. No comfortable chair. No comfortable chair. What got you into tech? I guess that I was good at it. I actually wanted to record music for a living, and before that I wanted to be a psychologist. How hard is it to play politics in New York City? It's kind of difficult, but a lot of it has to do with appealing to people's ideological presuppositions about how the world should work. And following a narrative, a particular narrative that people are looking to hear reinforced. I actually got to have dinner with, my favorite video game is Final Fantasy IX, and I wish people would shut up about 7. I wish people would shut up about 7. 9. By far. 9's my favorite game of all time. Are you excited for airplane mask mandate to return? I never take airplanes, so I don't really care. I honestly don't care one way or the other. What got me into tech is that I was kind of good at it. I wanted to be a therapist, and then after that I wanted to be a recording engineer. You doing okay genuinely? Been better. Lewis's stream is better than porn. No, I'd much rather be watching porn than this. Why have you been binging as of late? Binging what? Sweet merciful God. I don't know. Do you like movies about gladiators? I like movies with good plot lines, not necessarily about gladiators. How much stuff did you steal from that Walgreens? I stole nothing but the idea for a video. I stole the idea for a video. It was so fucking depressing because I've been to that place before and it wasn't like that. You have a favorite cocktail? No. Love the convo you had at my college about the Apple right to repair with Professor Sherian. Taking his class right now. Very cool. I enjoyed that. Prove this is live, Lewis. I have no way to prove it. Fireball in the cup. Wow! Okay, throw up with the good. Yes, fireball indeed. I actually finished a quarter of the bottle before I hit start streaming, just to have some fun. You can see the bottle starts up here, and I am down here. So this will be fun. Maybe your best friend if you make a video on. No, shut the fuck up with that shit. Why do people keep posting that? That makes no goddamn sense. I don't understand the meme. It's a dumb meme. I wanted to be a nurse practitioner, but then I went to college and got my first PC. Now I build clouds. Yeah, it's really interesting. People very rarely end up where they think they're going to be ending up. Yeah, I'm going to turn the mug around. I like the other side of it better. What is your greatest motivator regarding technical support? My greatest motivator is 3 things. A, I like making money. B, I like making people happy that I think otherwise would not have been made happy if I wasn't doing what I do. C, I like doing things I'm not supposed to do. I don't know, call it the libertarian streak in me or something, or anti-authoritarian streak in me. I just like doing what I'm not supposed to do. And my particular job right now allows me to do all 3. I get people's data back when I'm told I'm not supposed to be able to, when the Apple Store can't. I get to make people happy, I get to make money, and I'm doing something I'm not supposed to do. So this job really kind of ties those 3 things together in a way that fits my personality. And that's my personality is based on that a lot. What happened to Erica? I haven't seen her. We broke up. So that is that. There is no more Erica. If you'd like to see Erica, you're welcome to check out her YouTube channel. You're welcome to say hello. I suggest you say hello. She's a lovely, kind, nice woman. But I'm not with her anymore, so you can stop asking. Give Russell Brand the chance. He's not a cult leader. I don't know. He kind of comes off as one, though. Again, to be clear, I haven't listened to a bunch of his content. I think you're referring to the one comment I left on One Destiny video a while ago, who I got to have dinner with tonight, by the way. Very kind man. Shared some conversation over a steak at Da Marino. Porn is bad for you. It drinks your brain gray matter. Yeah, but it increases your dick size, so it kind of like, it's a trade-off. Also, it keeps people from losing their mind when they're unable to have sex. And a lot of the people watching this, if we're being honest, are probably people that have no options for having sex. I mean, no offense. You're here at 11:15 p.m. on a Thursday night watching me drink. Come on. So it's an outlet for them. Our new kitten is a pervert and peeping Tom. How should we name her accordingly? I don't know. It was easy to name Clinton, but I don't know of any female perverts. We need a podcast. You have one. YouTube.com/Rossmann Group. It's just nobody watches it. What's your take on index funds? For most ordinary people, it's probably better to do that than pick single stocks. I have a question for you. You think John Deere might give me the schematic? I bought a John Deere shovel. Do you think they have the... No. They're not going to give you shit, is my idea. Would Lewis antagonize Mike Tyson or take a punch? I probably wouldn't antagonize a professional boxer. I don't want to die. Lewis should drink solder. No. I love the style of Final Fantasy X. Yeah, but I prefer 9. Would you eat a one-wheel tire? No. Do you look back on your past life and wonder how you ended up here? Semi-world famous and going from the repair shop to supporting bills at a national level. I think I did a lot of wrong things in my past life. If I had to guess, I would imagine that I fucked over a lot of people in my last life, and that is why I am now here. Since all I'd say is something stupid, please put this money towards right to repair. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. I will put it towards this bottle of Fireball that I purchased tonight, though. But thank you. Some good shit. What happened to the recliner? It's gone. A lot of shit I'm getting rid of in this apartment. It's gone. The sad part is that in order to be funny, you have to make actual less sense. Huh? When are we getting the video about future motion? Really love how you bring to light their BS. Most likely Saturday. You'll get the edited versions way later because I lost my second DaVinci dongle, so I don't have the ability to edit right now. What's your take on index funds and people needing to get their stuff together? Okay, so the index funds one I answered about 30 seconds ago. The people needing to get their stuff together, I think copy and paste that Jordan Peterson line about trying to get yourself together before you try and change the world. I don't know. I don't have anything to add there. Let's see. How much? That's a troll question. How much wood would woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood? Uncle Cuomo said he misses you. Uncle Cuomo can go suck a dick. Our new... Oh, let's see. Ever think about a Rossmann-proof sheep sticker for products or companies that make decidedly repairable products? Maybe, but you'd have to actually have repairable products, and right now you have none. What do you think will be the next big leap in consumer electronics? No clue. I thought the iPhone was ridiculous in 2007, so I mean, I don't know how to predict this stuff. I wish people would be more mindful about how we use jokes. Like, so many people think being a comedian means being awful to people and laughing about it. It depends. Like, Bill Burr is sometimes awful to people, but it's fucking funny because there's a point to it. And then there's just being awful without being funny, which is not really funny. It's just lame. Do you enjoy the brick wall? Not really. In the beginning, I did. What happened to the recliner? I don't know, but it's not here. Ever thought about going vegan? I did from 2015 to 2020, and then I quit. So I gave it a good 5 years. 5 years I gave it. Fireball, you degenerate. Not true. You know, I can't fuck with you there. Brand is not a cult leader. Okay. Why can you edit videos with a DaVinci dongle? What features are missing in the free version? If you use Linux like me because you hate your life and you hate yourself, everything. Like literally, DaVinci in Windows is usable. DaVinci free in Linux is useless. I don't know what codecs you can actually import. Probably, I've tried to import all different sorts of shit. Nothing works. You need to actually pay to use it in Linux or else you get, excuse me, you get no codec support whatsoever. Ugh. Shit's disgusting. But it's disgusting in an amazing way. What's your favorite movie, Lewis? 25th Hour or Memento? It's a coin toss between those two movies. Thank you for saying Final Fantasy IX. By the way, that game had depth and layers. I wish I could drink with you, but I have to work tomorrow. Well, I do too. It's just my boss can't get mad at me. To the real question, though, what do we do with the furries? I don't know what the fuck that question is supposed to mean. Yes, Final Fantasy IX is an amazing, amazing game. That game is I was actually using that while talking to a prospective woman that I would have wanted to date until I learned more about that game. And what was it I was talking about? That game is amazing for just being an antidote to nihilism. I think I'm willing to edit video for exposure. I have no content though, so I can't help you there, Sonny. I appreciate it, but I don't have any good contents for you to edit, or any content. Final Fantasy IX is a game that follows a teenage thief, a depressed princess, a loyal knight, a woman who lives in a swampland, a mage from a small town with social awkwardness and anxiety, a spear fighter from an ancient village, and a bounty hunter. They all coincidentally have their paths aligned towards a shared mission and purpose that ends up providing them meaning to their life beyond their wildest dreams against a nihilistic, destructive person. It's very deep for a kid's game. It's a commentary on the existential dread that people face in the absence of purpose. It goes over duty versus morals, the tragedy inherent to mortality, the overwhelming cost of narcissism, vanity, and ego to oneself and the world around them, the value of a shared purpose, and what it means to be human. It's a good game. It's a very good game. Best game in the world, in my opinion. What do you think about Kramer from Seinfeld? I haven't watched Seinfeld in like 20 years. It's not rough, Henry. It's just people are going to keep asking about it until I'm fucking dead, so. Meth is a terrible drug. You know, I've never tried meth. Do you think One Wheel or Future Motion will ever change their stance on right to repair? No, because they dug in too much, and Silicon Valley companies tend to believe that they are the superstar masters of the world, and they never change. You know what's funny? If you actually read about Future Motion, there was an interview with these cunts back in, when was it? Let me see if I can find it. One moment. I want to find something. Just give me a second. I'll be right back. Be right back. Where was this shit? Here we go. So from Forbes, February 12, 2022. Embrace feedback from diverse sources of information. Embrace users who push the limits. Embrace the counter-narrative. When you're making version 1 of a new product, you put your finger in the wind and kind of intuitively connect dots, he says. But after that, you need to get the benefit of new sources of information. Customer feedback from as many angles as you can, and you want that feedback loop to be really fast. If you want to push the boundaries of an industry, Dorkson says. By the way, is it a coincidence that the CEO's name's Dorkson? You want to encourage people, to push the limits of your product and see what unintuitive things they find when they do. One Wheel keep innovation going by embracing the idea that changing the game means defying authoritative statements like hardware is a hard business and recurring revenue is the best revenue. Are you fucking kidding? This came from the CEO of fucking One Wheel, where you can't replace a battery or a motor without going to the manufacturer. These people are lying cunts. Dorkson believes in remembering that innovation is a long arc and that thinking differently requires a willingness to be both patient and resilient on the financial front. Oh my God, they're such fucking hypocritical cunts, but they're never going to reverse their stance on it because they have the ability to say that kind of garbage publicly and then just do the exact opposite and think that nobody will notice and stand behind it unapologetically. Like to be that, to be that type of to be as manipulative as the people at that company are and be unapologetic over it, you're never going to change your mind, you know? Where do I go online? Brands for a good automotive circuit board repair supplies. No clue. Ask Rich Rebuilds. Whereabouts did you end up in New Hampshire? I didn't end up anywhere. I got a temporary apartment that I was going to use before I purchased a house. I made a bid on a house at 17 Hyacinth Drive in Nashua, New Hampshire. They only gave me like a few days for the inspection, which was bullshit. I said that was bullshit, and I asked for a better inspection period, and then somebody else came along and not only did they not want an inspection, but they offered $25,000 more than I did, so I never got the fucking house. So I got an apartment so that I could search for a house that I would buy in that state, also to figure out if I liked the state before I buy a house there, but that apartment was supposed to be temporary until I actually moved into a house. But I never got to move into a house because A, I got fucked over on trying to buy one, and B, I do have to figure out if I actually want to live there. So I'm kind of a nomad right now. You know, like I've been traveling around Florida. I went to the UAE earlier this year. I spent some time in Tennessee. I got an apartment in New Hampshire. We'll see where I end up. I don't really know where I'm going to end up, but we'll see. Are you ever too big to fail? I've never been too big to fail. Maybe other people have been too big to fail, but I am not too big to fail at all. In fact, I'm actually very close to failing at this point in time, which is why I'm buying a bottle of Fireball and drinking it. What's your favorite movie? I already answered that one. What's NY stance on electric bikes? I don't know, and I don't give a shit anymore. I ride my thing around, and something tells me the NYPD is not taking out a multimeter and asking me to rev my throttle to see how much wattage goes through my motor. I just don't think that's a thing. Do you struggle with any mental health issues? And if so, does it impact running a business? And how do you manage it? Do I feel comfortable sharing that with 1.7 million strangers? No, I don't, so I'm not going to answer. I ordered one, you'll own everything and they'll be pissed mug. I can't wait to put it side to side with a dick in the cookie jar. Thank you. Have you moved out of New York City or was that a holiday? I have not moved anywhere. I have gotten a nomadic temporary location in another place. before I figure out if I want to settle in that particular place. This apartment I don't spend much time in, but I do still have a lease on it. And by I mean the person that was kind enough to sign the lease in his name, because when I rented this apartment 12 years ago, I had a credit score that was about as low as a Tennessee area code. So there was nobody who was going to rent me an apartment. And I kind of feel bad fucking him over. So, but I got a while of time left on this lease. So when I'm going to the store or checking out something at the store, I'll come by here. But I've moved most of my shit out of here so that when I do find a house or a place that I actually do want to purchase, that I have the minimal amount of stuff necessary to move. Excuse me. If you lived in San Francisco, would you shoplift? No, because I believe that the reason that places become shitholes is because people allow them to, and they just start doing what everybody else around them is doing. And if you do what everybody else around you is doing, things don't go well. So I was walking down the street with a woman the other day, and I saw that there was a giant bag of recycling in the street, and I picked it up and moved it because there was a car that was coming by, and I could see he's thinking like, how do I steer around this without hitting the car that's parked? I just picked it up and I put it here. It's like everybody's walking by and nobody's doing this. My birthday's tomorrow. I just realized I forgot to renew my license. I'm doomed. By the way, I'll be 45, you little fellas. Well, happy 45th birthday. I picked up the bag and I moved it. And she said, well, I wouldn't want to move the bag. I don't know what's on the bag. I don't know if it's dirty, this, that, or the other. I don't know, just like, do this. Grab it with the side of your shirt. Wash your shirt when you get home. You wash your laundry anyway. Try to make the world less fucking shitty around you. And what she said is, there's too many people in New York. You're never going to win. And you know what? She's 100% right. I am never going to win. Well, certainly not with her, but definitely not when it comes to New York City. I'm never going to win. She is correct. The thing is, if everybody has that mentality, then it just gets worse and worse and worse. So I don't give a shit. If I'm surrounded by shit, I'm not going to contribute to it. And I wish more people would think like that. Not like her, but like that. That being the opposite of that. Actually, no, that being that, but the opposite of what she said. Yeah. How's Erica doing? I don't know. Maybe you should ask her. Dr. Fauci gave us vaccines. I don't know if Dr. Fauci did. I believe that was Pfizer, Moderna, and the other company with a shitty vac. Have you ever had a busty, beautiful blonde ask you to repair a motherboard, and she tries to pay you for the repair, but her card declines, and she tells you she can pay in other ways, and you both get a hotel to play Among Us? No, that's never happened before. See, many people who do service work, they have this misconception that they should simp for hot women. It's actually the opposite. You should, if you're going to give a discount or if you're going to allow somebody to not pay, it should be somebody who's unattractive, because unattractive people have a more difficult time going through life because they're unattractive, less doors open for them, less people offer them free shit, less people offer them jobs they're not qualified for, and so on and so forth. If anything, it is the beautiful people who should be paying full price. It's the people who are ugly who need the discount, because the ugly people are just the way the world works. They're going to have less doors open for them than the tall and the beautiful and the sexy. So you should not be simping for the hot people. You should be simping for the people who, are not the people who have the best of bodies, for lack of a better way to put it. So you never simp for that. I had this one woman that was like, I said it was $325, and she's like, even for me? And she leaned over the counter and are you fucking kidding? No offense to me, but I'm 5'6" and a fucking nerd. You're a 10 out of 10 beautiful. I don't believe this shit. This is insulting to me. Fuck you. If we were in a bar, you'd be creeped out by me. So I just said, oh, for you? And she's like, yes. And I said, yeah, it's $325 plus tax. She was so fucking pissed. She ran out the door, but it's fuck you. Surely you can find somebody to help you pay for this shit by virtue of the fact that you're this hot. Don't try to use the fact that you're hot to get a lower price. Oh, that insults me when that happens. It really does. Do you think that I'm so fucking stupid that I actually believe that you would do that if you weren't looking for a discount? It's insulting, if not anything else. It's just insulting. What's your favorite type of food? A lucha burrito. Want to switch to Windows for video editing? Because I like my Linux. Final Fantasy IX is 110% my favorite. It is a good one. Do you play Elder Scrolls? I do not. Feeling down tonight, I was wondering if you could take a drink or a shot with me. I'm going to take one regardless and no pressure to join me. You know what? Sure. I've got to refill this a little bit. Give me one moment. Have one for you. Does an angry drunk make one a bad person? I don't know. I can't answer that question. It depends on what you're angry at. Your video has inspired me to start my own company. Cheers for the content and personality. Have a drink. Oh, I wasn't going to have another one, but since you insisted. Yeah. Forgot how good Fireball can be. What's the drink of choice tonight? Fireball. Thinking differently sounds really familiar. I am behind in chat by 7 minutes, but I am reading through. Exposing lying sacks of shit has no cost to me, Wheeler JR880. Where's Erica these days? Haven't seen her in your videos. I don't know. I have no idea. You should ask her. Let's see. Advice in building an e-bike. Go to ebikes.ca and talk to the people at Grin. They're really good people, and even if it costs you more to buy parts or pieces to your e-bike from them, it's worth it because of the support you'll get and the fact that they're real human beings that will support you anytime anything that you buy from them has anything wrong with it. They'll help walk you through what a good setup is. They'll answer your questions. It's just good old-fashioned service. ebikes.ca. Thank you, Zero. I appreciate that. Let's see. Probably TGGB9. Please come move to Australia. Fuck no. What do you mean by yesterday's post about walking into a Venus flytrap? Ha ha! Ah, yeah, about that. Next subject. I think I fixed that this morning. We'll see. I'm good at... What I mean is, have you ever... What's wrong? I love solving issue talk. Have you ever done something that's stupid and you knew it was stupid as you were doing it and you did it anyway? And then, like, you just did it again and again and again. You couldn't figure out why? Yeah, that's a lot of that is my life. Now, what did I do that was stupid? I ain't sharing that with 1.7 million people. Fuck that. But, yeah. I did some stupid shit. I wish I had Lewis's self-control while drunk. Actually felt bad asking after the mental health question after realizing this is a drunk stream. Thank you, Ryan. Cheers, says Lucian. Thank you. Longtime viewer and student, I wanted to thank you for all that have for me. All that you have for me. My dad passed away a few months ago and wanted to thank you for helping me become the man I am today. Robert, hopefully the man you are today is a better man than I am. But thank you very much for the kind comment. Knowing what you know now, would you start the fight you are doing now for right to repair? Yes, I'd do the same shit. I do different things in other areas, but I would have still done the fight, the right to repair stuff. Wanted to contribute a few bucks as a thank you for being a voice of reason in a clown world. I don't think I'm a voice of reason. I think I'm kind of out of my mind. But I appreciate it, Wyatt Johnson. Thank you. You planning on leaving New York City? Yes. I have a trip I have to make tomorrow, actually. So most likely I'll be driving out tomorrow. Paul Daniel said there's more important things to do than watch an AMA. That's incorrect, sir. The rental model of e-scooters, e-bikes, Lime, Bird, etc. are destroying the legitimacy of electric vehicles. I'm from Australia, and they've banned everything unless it's part of the scheme, unless the higher vehicles cause more issues. Thoughts? I think what's really destroying the legitimacy of electric vehicles is A, on the low end, all the do-it-yourself shit that's actually usable is made illegal in most countries. The only things that are legal are the ones that are useless, that you can't really ride in traffic with because they're too slow or they're too cumbersome or they're too expensive. And B, when it comes to cars and motorcycles, they're insanely expensive. So I think that's what destroys the legitimacy of them, is that most people will not be able to practically use them because they're either A, too expensive, or B, illegal, and they don't want to buy something that's illegal and have to put it together themselves. What's your favorite Apple product? My favorite Apple product are the rechargeable AA batteries that I got 8 years ago that I was using with my wireless mic setup. What trackball are you using? Logitech M570. It's the shit. It's the shit. It's the shit. Longtime viewer and student. I want to thank... Oh, yeah. Don't look up to me as much as you do. It may not be good. Offering sex only lasts so long, says Bam Bam. Maybe. Non-existent human says, nah, F that. Sometimes ugly. I had a dream where we tried to see how fast you could fix my MacBook while I licked your lollipop. Next. Ask. Beautiful people can also suck and fuck their way through life. More often than ugly people, I imagine. But that doesn't mean that's what you have to do. I have a video transmitter for a quadcopter. I ripped the MMCX antenna connector off the PCB. The pad for the signal wire was also ripped off. Well, sounds like you're fucked, sir. Thanks for fighting for the right to repair, says Artie's Place. Thank you. What do you like about New York? One of the good things I think that exists about New York is because since you have 8.4 million people in such a highly concentrated space and many of them have fuck tons of money, if you have an idea and it fails in Custer, South Dakota, it's not because of you. It's because you're in a place with fucking 2,000 people. If you have an idea for something that many people may need, a product or a service that lots of people need, and it fails here, it's probably because of you. Because there's enough people around here that are going to know about your idea, want whatever your idea is, see the vision in your idea, and be willing to give you money and shit that just doesn't exist in a lot of other areas of the country because of the population density. So there's a lot of opportunity for somebody who wants to start or hustle their own business here. It most certainly is not the place for everybody. And honestly, it definitely isn't the place for me anymore. My business peaked in 2019. And honestly, like most of the benefit of New York City, I'd really kind of used up by 2015 or 2016. So me, really, like, I don't really have a reason to be here anymore the way that I used to. Which is why I'm kind of traveling the country and checking out the places. Did Erica leave you for Chad? Who's Chad? I don't know. I hope Erica finds a Chad someday. She deserves it. You can't break up with somebody and then not want them to find somebody better. Guys, please only hit on Lewis if you identify as a woman. No, Sonny, that's wrong. Please only hit on Lewis if you are a woman. Let's get it proper. I think that would get me banned on Bumble. Do you drink scotch? And if so, what's your favorite? I don't drink scotch much. No. Only 5'6", ripped the right to repair guy. At least you will always have your legacy. Yes, I'm 5'6". Don't tell anybody on dating websites. That usually is a immediate exclusionary. The whole family is here, freaking awesome. Giant shout out to Jessa. Totally refer to anyone to I can her. Jessa Jones is a fucking class act. Why are you drinking, Lewis? Everything okay? Yes, everything is perfect with the world. There is no problems anywhere. Inflation is not an issue. The Ukraine is doing amazing. And my personal life is as good as it can get. Yes, nothing is wrong with the world. Planning on going other shows and podcasts. I have no plans for it, but I usually am open to it. I don't know, and I'll show up on Sam Cedar's show, I'll show up on Destiny's show, I'll show up on Tim Pool's show. I don't really care. I'll talk about right to repair with anybody. Where is Erica? Holy fuck, that question's never going to end. And also, why are you people so fucking dumb that you spell her name with a K? Jesus Christ, this is stupid. Tito's vodka is the shit. I've never tried it. What is Fireball? Fireball is whiskey that supposedly has a medical grade antifreeze in it. But you mentioned being on the cusp of failure. Anything that you want to share? I'm getting audited by New York State. That's been going on for 7 months longer than I thought it would, as they dig and dig and dig and seemingly try to misinterpret things that that's not fun. I moved to a space that costs $8,000 a month more, right as the economy is kind of collapsing around me. That's not fun. Yeah. The older people are typically in the late 30s that used to be hotter, the worst people to deal with in customer service, so entitled and delusional, think the world owes them something. Yeah, there's some, the weirdest type of customer I've had was the type of customer that's, not the weirdest, who am I kidding? One of the weirdest is the type where it's kind of like you knew they were a cheerleader in high school, but they're in their mid to late 50s now, and they're also alone, but they still have the mentality of like, I was a cheerleader in high school, and they act that way, but they look like somebody who's like 60, and they're kind of iffy and weird because they're alone now. That's been like the weirdest type of customer. And they used to come in on the weekends and just like waste a half an hour of time in the weirdest possible way in the East Village. I know YouTube take 40%, but if you go down, I'm never going to fix anything. Treat life like a crappy MacBook and not a 225-pound barbell. Thank you. Holy shit, is that $100 or am I reading this wrong? Thank you. That is too kind. Thanks for highlighting one-wheel scammers. I will continue to do so. And thank you. Read this comment 7 minutes from now. I was actually late by 9 minutes. Would you go on Anthony Cumio's show on 35th Street? I don't even know who that is, but yeah, why not? What the fuck? Do you browse G? Not since 2005 or so. I haven't browsed 4chan since like 2001 through 2005. What are the shadowy figures creeping around back there? There's no shadowy figures. That's you. How do we ask her? I don't know. Be smarter. Hello from Michelle and Andrew. Want to do a shot? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Shit, I just actually drank everything in my cup. I love you bike.ca, says Derp Jesus. Me too. They're good people. People don't realize the struggle of being short. It's not getting chicks, it's getting them in the committed relationship. I don't know if that's about being short, but I will say that I've had a fair share of women that are like, I care about you, you're great, I don't want to give up the idea of potentially being with you and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, cool, so you want to date? And it's like, well, no, I don't want to call it that. And it's like, fuck. I don't know. That's happened more times than I can count. But I don't think that's because I'm short. I think that's because I'm a fucking weirdo. I don't think that has anything to do with my height. How much can you deadlift? I can deadlift 315 for a set of 6 or 7. I don't know what my max is because I haven't tried max in a while. How's business going? Like shit. Let's see. What is the office chair you are sitting on? Some cheap Amazon shit. Any right to repair developments in Virginia? No. There was one person who won election in the House who wanted to introduce a bill. And by the way, I forget the kid's name, but shout out to the kid that got his mom to add right to repair to her fucking platform because he watches this channel. You are cool. I will hope the best for you. I hope you get a fucking full scholarship to your college of choice and have an amazing life. This one woman won the House of Representatives by 1 or 2% of the vote as a Republican. And her son got her to consider adding right to repair to her platform. That's fucking cool. Like that's the shit that I've been going for here on this channel. That kind of cultural change from people watching this shit and actually making a difference in their own lives. That kid, listen. Unfortunately, the mom, right after getting elected, thought it was easier than it was, and she got visited by 15 lobbyists the next day and then got completely scared away from doing it. But it's a start. It's a start. I forget the name of the candidate, but the kid who knows watching this. I read on Reddit that you're a Trump-tard, conservative, bigot, transphobe. Really ruined my image of you. How anyone can support you after that is shocking. Cancelled. I don't know. I think Trump's kind of a dumb fuck, but I don't hate him as much as I'm supposed to hate him as somebody from New York City. In terms of being a bigot and a transphobe and all this other stuff, what I tend to find is that people who dislike you for one reason, rather than saying that they dislike you because of this, what they'll do is they'll say they actually dislike you because of this, when this is not true, because it's easier to paint you as evil for that. So let's say I say something that offends them. Instead of just being honest and saying this thing offended me that he said, what they'll do is they'll paint me in the worst possible light that there is, so that everybody around will go, oh wow, that really is horrible, when it's not actually even true. And most of the time what I ask people to do in those situations is I just ask for a receipt. Like, can you give me a citation for what it is that you said? And most of the time they're not actually able to provide the citation for what it is they claim that I said. So, and it's like they'll use this excuse like, you have so many videos, how am I going to find it? And it's like, yeah, that's really, that's intellectually honest, my friend. But I don't even care. I don't give a shit what people say about me on Reddit or comment section or forums anymore. And it's also made it different when I'm reading like what people are saying about other people, especially when they have YouTube channels. Like when they say, well, I can't believe you watched that person. They said, did you know that they believe X? And it's like my intrinsic reaction to that at this point in time is to say that that you're probably full of shit just because of the amount of people that make shit up about me. When you Google me, I'm serious. If you Google Louis Rossmann height, one of the first results says that I'm 6'1". It's like the internet is retarded. I don't know what to tell you. What happened to today's drinking video? I deleted it. The baseball bat no longer works. What? We all do stupid shit. You're probably not as bad as me. I don't know, Victor. Probably worse. What's the second most stupid thing you've ever done? Buy 900 screens of the same model in 2011 to get a slight quantity discount with somebody else's money. What's this? What are you okay with viewers visiting you at your shop? It's kind of weird. If you're not a weirdo, then it's okay. But there are a lot of people that are weird, in which case it's not okay. You ever see that? I forget. I think it was a Saturday Night Live skit on how to hit on women without getting Me Too'd, but it was like 13 years ago. And it was, be attractive. Don't be unattractive. Be good, don't be creepy. And you had like a boxer or this guy in a suit walk up and like he's doing all this perverted shit and the woman's like, ah. And then you have a guy walk up that just looks like a total creep and he just walks up to her and he goes, hi. And then she calls security. It's kind of the same thing here. Like, the reason that it's weird is because you don't know if you're a weirdo or not. Nobody ever assumes they're the weirdo. But there are people that visit and was trying to find something snarky to say, but came up short, so salutations. Michael Acquaintance has been here for almost 10 years, by the way. Thank you for being a viewer as long as you have. And to watch me for 10 years and not have gotten so offended at some point that you said, fuck this, I'm unsubscribing. Thank you. I appreciate that. But anyway, like there are people that just show up that have no social skills, that even when it's very obvious that after 10 minutes of speaking, I have no interest in talking to you anymore, we'll just come up with reasons to keep talking and talking and talking. The worst is when people bring us free shit that's virtually useless to us, but they use that as kind of this little piece of bait so that we feel guilty asking them to leave or saying we have to go back to work. So people will show up and they'll give us free shit that like I don't want. I have no use for this, but I can't say I have no use for it because doing that makes me rude. But then they'll try to stay for 30 or 40 or 50 minutes to talk to us about shit that we don't care about. And we'll go, yeah, And like after 10 minutes of that, no social skills. They won't get that I want to be left the fuck alone and leave. And like, that's the thing. It's like 90% of the time when somebody shows up, they're not that dude. They're like, hey, can I get a selfie? Oh, I do this for a living. It was cool meeting you. Or I hated what you said in this video. I like that. And they leave, which is normal. But it's like the 10% that are fucking weirdos, they try to like just stay for an hour and it's weird and you remember it. So it depends. Pretty much the Saturday Night Live skit about picking up women, it actually applies here. Just don't be a weirdo. Just don't be a weirdo. Thank you, Jim Hook. According to this one website, you're a millionaire. Can you fund Kopaz Motors? No. You fucking have a job at Siemens. Fund your own shit. You make more money than some of my goddamn employees. And you aren't even fit to be one of my employees. And I'm proud of you, by the way. I'm proud of you for what you accomplished, Kopaz. Good on you, Alex, but still. Who's the person you'd like to interview the most, living or dead? Duco from the Netherlands. The person that used to post in the Chipmasters forum and who used to post on my forum. I don't know what happened to that dude. Henry DeShazo's salty. Oh man, Henry DeShalto's fucking mad, bro. He's mad. What's your favorite sport? I don't have one. Are you religious or prefer not to answer? I'm not religious. However, I don't have a general disregard or disrespect for religious people along the lines of like a New York Times opinion columnist atheist kind of person. I don't have a disrespect for people who are religious. I understand that it gives them a sense of community. It gives them a sense of belonging. It gives them a sense of, like self-reflection on morals and ethics. And I respect the place that it has for them in society. Just because I'm not religious, I don't shit on people who are or who go to church, who believe in it. Please have water. Not yet. What do you feel after you end a live stream? Exhaustion, loneliness, satisfaction? Nothing. Nothing at all. Can I show up and have the free crap you don't want? Maybe. Depends on what I have. I'm not sure why Lewis is having a drunk live stream, except for the general idea that more people want to click on drunk live stream. Poor financial choices seem to have a running joke with Lewis. Actually, this has 608 concurrent viewers, and I used to have 650 concurrent viewers back when I had 40,000 subscribers and would live stream board repair in 2016. So I don't think that putting drunk in the title actually creates more. I just prefer to have an accurate title. Don't read this message. That's ass? You funded ass? Asso? Don't read this message. Well, I read it. Thank you for the asso. Dominic says, you deserve to be happy. Thanks for adding value to the world. I don't think I deserve to be happy. I think you deserve what you earn. And I don't know if I've earned that. But when I do earn it, I'll be happy to have it. But I don't think I've earned being happy. Where is Erica? I don't know, John Neal. I don't put an air tag on her. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, how big is your sausage? I've never measured my dick, I'll be honest with you. I never really cared about dick size. I've never been concerned with it. I have such bad game that like even getting to the point of caring about dick size just is pointless, you know? Like I could have an 18-inch dick. It doesn't matter if you never get to the point of it being relevant. The more right to repair is mentioned, the better the chance. Maybe. I had a PlayStation 1 growing up, John Smith, not an N64. When are you going to copyright a trademark right to reps? You know, it's not a bad idea. Thanks for all you do. I know people don't watch the repair streams, but they do help those that needed peak repair interest and people that do go on to do other things. I hope so. Are you a transphobe then? I am not, but I also disagree with the concept of using the word phobe because I'm not afraid of people. Like, do I call people by the pronouns they identify as? If they're not assholes, 100%. Do I give a shit what gender you identify as? Not really. Identify as what you want. If I see what looks like a he, but you want to be called she, am I happy to call you she? Absolutely. No problem whatsoever. When you get to the sports shit, that's where it's like, okay, that seems kind of weird to me. And on a dating app, I do not want somebody that was born a different gender than woman showing up in the woman category. I don't know what you would define that as. Maybe you define that as phobic. I'm not afraid of you. I just prefer that when I am in a dating app, if I have said that I'm a man looking for a woman, that the people who show up in the woman category are women. I don't know. Like, but yeah, I don't. I have a disdain for when the word phobia is used for things that have a political or social, a political or an ideological bent to them. Because a phobia is like, oh my God, I'm afraid of that, you know? Like a phobia, agoraphobic, I'm afraid to go outside. If somebody disagrees with, you know, the whole debate on trans people in sports, I don't think that's fear. I just think that's a political and social and ideological disagreement. So I really don't like the word phobia being applied to things like that, because phobia means something, you know, like when you're talking to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, that's, you know, it's a medical term to some extent. Do you have any recommendations or suggestions on an ultrasonic cleaner that can accommodate an 18 by 18 PCB through-hole soldering, mostly if that matters? I would check out Crest Ultrasonics, and I would also check out another company whose name I forget right now because I've had too much Fireball, that's very similar to Crest Ultrasonics. And I actually don't know the name of it because I had too much to drink. Fuck. There's Crest, and there's another company that's similar to Crest, and yeah, it's not even close. So all you're getting is Crest right now. I'm sorry. You asked this question at the wrong time. Hi, Louis. Good to see you. Hello, Brett. How are you? You know Kung Fu. I do not. Somebody good. Are you old enough to get this joke? Was a Dell Computer commercial kid a stoner? No, because pot is a gateway drug. I remember that. Dude, by Adele. Why delete, though? Because. Damn it, I just missed something. Since you're 6 feet tall, would you be down to play for the Houston Rockets? No, I suck at basketball. Do you think there are any benefits to living in New York? Yes, and I talked about that about 8 minutes ago in the stream. Never care what people think of you. True. I just found Destiny because of you, and I'm loving his channel. Awesome. Yeah, I just got to have a steak dinner with him tonight. He's a very kind guy in person. Same person that you get from the stream. Are you worth 190 million? No. What did you listen to in high school? Alice in Chains, Dream Theater, Steve Vai, Joe Satriani. tool. Do you actually like your profession repairing Apple products? Kind of. I like you, man. I love your content. Fellow New Yorker. Have you ever smoked weed? Never. Never did weed, but I did drink a lot. Why'd you delete the glass breaking video? I'll give you 5 guesses, Igor. Rockstar canceled transgender people from standing near the Cockatoo in Grand Theft Auto 5 remastered to address transphobia. What? I don't follow that stuff. I'm sorry. I was introduced to you from Imager Album Circa 2015. I don't do board repair, but I happily listen to your tangents and repair streams while working on other things. Thank you, Lucas. I think the Imager one was the me giving the middle finger after fixing the sensor issue on an 820-4924 prior to schematics and board views being available. I remember that video. It was a sensor issue. Would you go on the Joe Rogan podcast to talk about right to repair? Yes, but I've emailed over 5 times over the past 4 years and I've never gotten a response, so I give up. Trying to start in the industry as a last-ditch effort, always been interested but never tried until push came to shove. Should I find something passionate about it or align my passion with my talent? What industry? I mean, your passion is going to align with your talent because you're passionate about things that allow you to make people happy, that you're good at, that allow you to make a living for yourself. Board repair videos got me through college programming late into the night. Thanks for that. Happy to hear you run Linux. Thank you, Tolson. I'm glad to hear that you have an actually useful skill set. Congratulations. Glad meeting you at New Hampshire meetup. Good meeting you, Sergeant Toasty. Which one did you show up to? How devastating is Destiny's Vash manifesto going to be? You know, I didn't ask him about that tonight. We talked about other things, actually. After September, what will you do with your business? I don't know. Give up? Drink? Probably give up. We'll see. Can you contact Duke still? Unfortunately, no. No. Do you agree with Twitter banning Trump? I had a workers' comp audit in New York. What kind of audit are you going through? Tax audit. What? Do you agree with Twitter banning Trump? With them having the right to, yes. With them doing it, no. But with them having the right to, yes. Free Wombat hugs watches Destiny. What got you started repairing Macs and such? I needed a Mac to run Logic to do a session for Clarell Henderson back in 2008. And I didn't have one, and the studio I was working at was going out of business. But I wanted to finish a piece that we were working on. And I bought one, and it showed up broken, and then I fixed it, and then I sold it, and then I made $250. And I had never made more than like $400 or $500 a month at that point in my life, a month. And I had just made $250 for like 10 minutes of work. I'm like, let me do that again. And I did. Can you go on Rakita live stream? Why not? Sure, why not? Set it up. Would it be fun if Lewis did a reaction video on Linus's Apple review videos? Every time Linus says Apple, Lewis has to take a shot. You stick out the clip of the dude calling to complain about the unremovable sticker, and as something similar happened again. I still have that video somewhere on my channel because What is your favorite podcast? I don't know. Hate to beat a dead horse, but that brick wall is looking fine. Thank you. What have you had to drink? I had Fireball. I've had about half the bottle at this point. I think it's about time to finish. Do you believe that religion solely exists in order to cope with the fear of death? You know, I know somebody who had their mother die recently, and religion was one of the large reasons that she was not afraid of death and that she was embracing it with open arms instead of screaming, crying, and being afraid. And again, like, religion does serve a lot of purposes. You know, if I knew I was going to die of cancer, I'd probably be scared shitless, losing my mind, running around without, like a chicken without a head. So I'm not going to insult people that have something in their lives that make events like that easier for them. Why'd you delete that video earlier today? I'll let you guess. If you have an IQ over 80, you'll figure it out. Will you do a hungover live stream in the morning? Probably not. Why do you not deserve to be happy? Because I have not earned it yet. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the brick wall? I don't care. You need therapy. You need to gargle my balls, you cunt. Next. I didn't put an air tag on her. Yes. You earned being happy. I don't think so. I haven't earned jack shit yet. Not about how deep you fish, it's how you wiggle the worm. Huh? Louis Rossmann rants because Jenna Marbles quit ranting when she got a new dog. What the fuck is a Jenna Marbles? Also, here we go. We're just about past the halfway point of this bottle. How'd you get started in repair? Asked and answered about 20 seconds ago. Actually, closer to 90 seconds ago, for being honest. When are you running for Congress? Never. I wouldn't change anything, and I'd hate my life. And you'd all hate me when I do or vote against something that you want. Any thoughts on the hashtag Amber Turd? I have not followed Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. However, I do think that the more famous you become, the more careful you have to be about who you're with. What do you think about the fair repair bill before Minnesota legislature could help fix it shops farmers? Gee, I really hope that somebody there is, pushing for it. If only, I wonder if anybody has, hired somebody, like maybe Shep Harris at Frederickson and Byron to try and get that bill pushed forward. I don't know. I don't know what I think of it, man. I don't know. We'll just have to find out. Hey, Louis, been running my own repair shop for 2 years now and have a steady stream of income from board repairs. Thanks to your videos. What other profit centers do you find work for your business? Refurbs, part sales, want to slowly expand. Data recovery, my friend. You're fixing things to make them work again. You got to make everything work again. You got a warranty when the Wi-Fi doesn't work 6 months from now. Data recovery. You don't got a warranty shit. Data recovery. Look into data recovery. What is your realistic endgame with right to repair advocacy, and how do you envision to maintain that result so it doesn't get taken advantage of by the wrong hands? My realistic endgame are companies that are run by people that grew up watching this channel, that understand the ideals that we talk about here. Living in a world where you don't have to fight for right to repair, where it is a given, because everybody just agrees with it. Trans women are women, though. You can prefer cis women, that's fine, but trans women are indeed women. Well, best of luck to you with that. But yeah, I don't know. Go, okay. What did you listen to in high school? Oh, I answered that one, actually. I'm loving this. I hope you don't regret anything in the morning. Hearing you off the cuff is a blast. I'll probably regret everything. I regret a lot of the shit that I do even when I'm sober. Are you Apple certified repair phobic? I'm not phobic of Apple certified repair. I just don't like them very much. Trying to alter or deny what you are is a mental illness, says Bijividividividiv. Dude, having your fucking username is a mental illness. What the fuck is this? Bijividividiv? Dude, change your fucking name before you start telling other people they're mentally ill. I don't know. I've tried to alter what I am for a very long period of time. I think everybody's trying to alter what they are a little bit. Become a better person. Become a better version of who they are. Evolve. What's the most impactful or rewarding repair you think you've made? I don't fucking know. I hope you're doing well, man. Thank you, Light in the Dark. If you're 6 foot... Oh, what the fuck is this? Why does YouTube chat always do this shit to me? Here we go. Scroll back up. If you are a 6'2", MTF dude showing up in Pro Women's... What the fuck is MTF? MTF? Don't use acronyms. Your shop got my laptop. Want to bet it confuses the hell out of them? I actually saw it today, and I asked... What's his name? The shipping guy. It's not Adrian. He went to work for the NYPD. Not Dan. Patrick. Patrick, that's his name. I told Patrick to leave a note in the ticket. Patrick left... I told him to leave a note in the ticket to not fuck you over. Not that we fuck everybody else over, but just, just don't do anything stupid, because this laptop matters. I actually saw it on the table, and I asked Patrick to leave that note. It probably will confuse the hell out of them. Usually it's people that are fans of the channel, that are people we actually want to please, that we end up failing. It's kind of like my dating life. You know, it's always the people that I want to do a good job for that I wind up disappointing, and it's the people that I don't give a fuck about that I wind up making happy. You know, repairing laptops from viewers is very much so like dating. Hello, free wombat hugs. Are you good at any sports? No, I'm not good at any of them. What do you think of Dell making proprietary DDR5, especially after Apple System? I don't know. I haven't read about them making proprietary DDR5 RAM. Email me, lewis@fighttorepair.org. Excuse me. Mad respect for Dream Theater. I like Dream Theater, Michael Quaintance. I just can't stand James LaBrie sometimes. Sometimes I like him, but a lot of the times I don't. By the time you're done with that bottle, you'll be spitting out fireballs like Dalsum from Street Fighter 2. Yep. That's some good shit. I like Fireball. Queensryche. I like Queensryche. Do you guys listen to Queensryche? They have some good music. Let's see. Get some Queensryche in here. Get some Queensryche playing. Queensryche? I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. Queensryche is good stuff.
Visualize your dream, recorded in the present.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Open your eyes for me. I like Queensryche. It's good stuff. Mine runs in boots. It just makes weird noises after being dropped. They're going to wonder why it's there. I hate noisy computers. Oh, no. Weird noises. Yeah, that's going to confuse the shit out of them. You're right. Howdy, Lewis. YouTube has been hiding live streams on us. Jessica, whatever, it's good to see you. Sorry I'm behind by 11 minutes and I just didn't read your comment until now. I'm just getting up to everything from 11:53. I hope you're having a great day. Thursday night cab driving in Nashua and Manchester. I had a workers' comp audit and I read that one. Lewis, do you have any good suggestions for a place to get details on e-bikes? I want to electrify my road bike, but I don't know where to start. Endless Sphere is a good forum, but it's more for advanced people. ebikes.ca is where I'd go if you want to start buying equipment and kits. They offer amazing support. They have a great repertoire of stuff, and they're good people in general. I highly support ebikes.ca. I'm not sponsored by them. They've never issued me a discount in my life. I pay retail price for everything. I don't get any free shit or sponsorship money from them. They're just a good vendor, and I think they deserve it. On a scale of 0 at 1 to 10, how hairy is your scrotum? Like 4, surprising because I'm Italian, half Italian, but do you have any good suggestions for places on how to get, answer that one? Have a drink on me. All right, well, since you said so, I guess I have to. What's happening in September? My rent goes back up from where it is now back to 13 or 14,000, at which point I am fucked. However, that's September's problem. That's what alcohol does. What do you think about the favorite Tool song? Have you heard the 2019 album? Oh, favorite Tool song. So much good stuff from Tool. What is the favorite Tool song? Are we a fan of The Grudge from 3 minutes and 50 seconds? Ready to control and sinking deeper. The Grudge? Going to Manhattan tomorrow. What should I do? Fucking leave, man. What are you doing here? Seriously, I don't know what to tell you. Start a business? I don't know. What are you supposed to do in Manhattan? You're supposed to start a business to make money, or be a tourist and waste money on shit. Probably be a tourist and waste money on shit. I tell you to go to Mazzetto to get some good Mediterranean food, but they're gone. There's a bunch of places I'd like to tell you to go, but they're all fucking gone.
Oh,
You go
sweet
record an
mercy.
album in Avatar Studios. Oh, wait, they're gone too. Weird noises. And laptop broke DMCA for trademark noise. What else do you got from Tool? You've got, let's see. Stinkfist, that's a good one. Ration whelms me, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, there's a lot of good Tool. What do you think about the Federal Reserve stance on hiking rates in Q plus QT? Yeah, like they're hiking. It's like you're going to hike interest rates from like here to fix inflation that's here. Best of luck with that. If you agree with Twitter banning Trump, you agree that technocracies overrule democracies. Well, at some stance, I mean, a big part of the First Amendment is not just freedom of speech, but it's also freedom to not be forced to provide speech or to promote speech that you don't want to. Before you met Erica, did you like being alone? I had to cut ties with my pothead friend and a girl I was talking to and noticed I'm a lot happier now doing what I used to do being a nerd. I didn't like being alone when I was with Erica, and I didn't like being alone without Erica. The problem is, the one thing that's worse than being alone is being alone when you're with somebody else. And that's an experience that I got a reminder of this past week. The only thing worse than being alone is being alone when you're actually with somebody else. It actually hurts a lot more. I know it sounds weird, but you can be alone when you're with somebody, depending on the dynamic that you have going back and forth. And feeling alone when you're with somebody else is actually worse than being alone, just being by yourself. You should get banned if you're spreading misinformation or promoting violence. Yeah, but who decides what is misinformation? That's a big part of the problem. Twitter's not a private company. It's a public company, but it's technically owned by the shareholders. It's not owned by the government. Were you comparing the Crest Ultrasonics for Eastwood? No, there was Crest versus another company. I forget. Market Tech? No, it's not Market Tech. It's somebody. The name will come to me once the alcohol is out of my system. Where can I go for resources on e-bikes? I've answered that like 90 times. I'm sorry. I can't keep it. ebikes.ca, Endless Sphere forums. Wow, you said, okay, I'm banning Trump. You only listen to half of what I said. But again, listen. Can a private company decide that they can do what they want with their business? Hasn't this been like an entire conservative and Republican thing for a long time? Let them do what they want with their own business. I don't know. Drinking is bad. Yes, Tom. Good night, Black Cat. You don't earn happiness, everyone deserves it. Yeah, and everybody deserves $1 million, and everybody deserves a absolutely beautiful spouse, and everybody deserves it's pointless to think about what you deserve, because what people deserve is just based on what they believe. Like, it's what you earn is what matters. So I try to think about what I can earn and what I can do to earn things that I want that I don't currently have. Thinking about what I deserve is not going to do me any good. Thinking about what I can do to earn it is what actually matters to me. Why do you feel that you don't deserve to be happy, Lewis? Because my subscribers don't know how to type feel. I failed to teach you. At the end of every video, I say, as always, I hope you learned something. And I haven't taught you guys English. Why are you getting drunk? Because it dulls the shittiness of a shitty day. Do you think there's any decent liberal cities left anymore? LA, New York City, San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle, Portland, Austin have become regressive dumpster fires. Yeah, but like, again, listen, I've driven through a lot of America at this point. There's so many conservative areas that suck balls. Like there are a lot of liberal areas that have their fucking problems, but those liberal areas with their problems, they also have industry, they have companies that are doing crazy shit, they have people with money and ideas and education. There are so many like holy shit, like drive through Lumberton, North Carolina. Like how many liberals are running Lumberton, North Carolina? That place is a clusterfuck. It's a place, like there are people that will literally fucking chase you around a gas station trying to steal your phone. The place is a fucking mess. I walk into a hotel and I forget exactly what it was that I said. This woman says, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm number one in MacBook repair." And she goes, "We're number one in crime." I'm like, "No, really, Google it." And I'm like, wow, that's a great fucking introduction. But like, there's so many places in America that are conservative towns where all you have is a Wendy's, a Dollar General, and some shitty garbage grocery store where half of the shit has mold on it. And there's no commerce. There's not. You could always work part time as but what the fuck does that even mean? There's so many conservative, Republican towns in America that are just complete dumpster fires. And the only reason that you don't hear about them and nobody makes fun of them is because there's no point in even making fun of them because nobody knows who the fuck they are. With New York City is on a high horse. Everybody thinks New York City is this fucking amazing utopia. So it's easy and it's also cool to make fun of it because it's actually a fucking shithole. But the thing is, it's a shithole that also has a lot of money in it. It's got a lot of educated people in it. It's got a lot of companies, doing crazy shit for the world in it. There's a lot of conservative areas in America that are nice. I'm not saying that they're bad, because there's a lot of conservative areas in America that are cool. There's also a lot of conservative areas in America that fucking suck. They're shitholes that have no economies. They're just nothing but like a Dollar General and a garbage little grocery store and a Wendy's and a Waffle House and just nothing, where everybody makes like $15,000 to $20,000 a year. So yeah, it's easy to point at liberal cities and say that they're going to shit. I've gone over many things I think are going to shit in New York City for a long fucking time. I am not simping for New York City at all. However, to make it magically sound like there's, again, how many Republican cities in the United States have 8 million people? Like, seriously. How many Republican cities in the United States have population density even remotely approaching Chicago and New York City? There's not even a comparison. You don't have it. New York City is a space that's this big that has 8.5 million people. Compare that. How many Republican cities in the United States have 8.5 million people? Oh, wait. Again, they don't exist. It's easy to make fun of them because they're the ones that everybody knows about. But why'd you delete today's video? Because I did. Have a fucking brain. And how do you spell Erica? With a C, you fucking sober schmuck. Why do you fail? You don't deserve to be happy. Why do you spell like that? Holy shit. Do you have a favorite anime? I like Final Fantasy IX. Let's see. What gun is in your EDC? Don't use acronyms. What the fuck is an EDC? Never use acronyms. Say words. Why do you... Oh my god, this guy can't fucking type. You're timed out until you learn how to type. Get out of here. Don't piss me off when I'm getting drunk. Have you thought about making a film and project the loss of art right to repair into the future? No, I have no desire to make films. I make YouTube videos, and I scream into a camera. Isn't it still possible to connect a new battery to a RAM-based memory controller if you maintain the voltage while replacing it? Yeah, but no, because you have 14 series, so you'd have to provide voltage to 14 separate different points, and you'd have to do it within that connector, and that's such a fucking pain in the ass, and it's just, why would you even want to bother? I've been sober for nearly 3 years now, but the mental image of level 4 hairy balls might make me rethink sobriety, says Teresa. Go for it. Best way to fix a ribbon cable? By fixing it. I don't know, that's such a fucking vague question with no detail. There's no way to answer that, so I'm going to say by fixing it. Probably not best to fix your mood. Also, treble way too hot. I thought you had a sound mixer. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're probably just using speakers that have too much treble. You likely have speakers with too much treble. I can't help you there, sir. I can't help you there. No, sir. You thought making a film. Holy shit, stop copying and pasting the same fucking thing. You're the reason that it's hard to actually scroll through these comments. Do you like the members of Tool's previous band, A Perfect Circle? Yes. Okay, actually, no. I don't know the members. I like the music. I don't know about the members. But A Perfect Circle has a bunch of really, really sick shit. Like, Tool has good music, but A Perfect Circle has some sick shit. Let's go over, like, what do I mean by sick shit? Like this. You can hear them. It's just creepy. It's so fucking creepy. So creepy. Always appreciate your repair videos. Loved it when I could eventually become a repairman myself at a chain electronic repair company. That's awesome, Skyrise. I'm glad I was able to help you get somewhere. Or this. This is so creepy. This is the music that I did my 11 reps of bench press at 225 to. This is also the music I broke my deadlifting record to. Yeah, that's good shit. Yeah, Perfect Circle had some good fucking albums. This fucking brooding, angry music. It's perfect. Like, take two, like, just play some of Perfect Circle, take 2 or 3 swigs of alcohol, and Moved on to something a lot more respectable now. My passion for this move, I find, means a lot of money saved for a lot of people. That is awesome. I'm glad to hear you did something like that. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Perfect Circle has some really good stuff.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Got some good antifreeze. I absolutely love when people get that shine from their lost device, getting back something that someone other dipshit told them was impossible. Yeah, helping people that otherwise would have not been helped and while simultaneously doing something you're not supposed to do were the 2 reasons I listed at the beginning of the stream as 2 of the 3 personality traits that really lend themselves to me being good at this profession and finding a great interest in this profession. And I'm glad that you got to share that. Also, thank you for the $15 that I don't deserve. Thoughts on JBL speakers? The 4310s and 4312s from the late 70s, early 80s were cool. Everything after I have not really been impressed with.
Oh, sweet mercy.
How do you stop caring what other people think? I stopped caring what other people think once there were so many people that thought negatively of me that there was really no place to go but up. But also at that point, if once enough people think poorly of you, it doesn't really matter anymore. Like, you know, it's kind of like if you see it as a lost cause, you might as well focus on what it is that makes you happy. How about Drunk Lewis live streams where he must spend all the donations he receives on better booze? Drunken collaboration stream with Nick Rakita.
Mercy.
Maybe, why not? Set it up. Sorry I had a bad day. It's all going to be okay. Oh, it's always going to be all right. There's always enough alcohol to make it all right. Stop repeating yourself. I'm just going to time out people that repeat themselves. That shit's so annoying. Okay. It's so annoying to see that I'm always 10 minutes behind in chat, and the reason is because people copy and paste shit. So I'm just going to start banning for that. You're gone. You're gone.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Maverick. I do MF Doombino. I do watch Destiny stuff. I don't always watch the whole thing, but I do watch. I've watched on and off for several years. Also had a lovely steak dinner with him this evening. in Times Square. Nice guy. His girlfriend is pretty nice as well. And the woman that was with, I forget her name. I forget both of their names, actually. But they were all lovely people.
Oh, sweet mercy.
You ever read the short story, Frenzy? If so, what'd you think of it? I don't remember it because I've had too much to drink. I apologize, Anne. If you've emailed me at lewis@rossmanngroup.com, I will email you back what I think of it once I have stopped drinking. I apologize, Anne. Would you rather live in rural Louisiana or Camden, New Jersey? Neither. Cheer up, Louis, and drink one for us. I'll drink one in a moment. I thought you left New York City. Yes. What is your brand of choice for capacitors? Nichicon? Panasonic? Panasonic. If not YouTube, where would you spend your time? On the stoop. I used to drink on my stoop. Do you ever think Future Motion will change their practices? No. Silicon Valley company. They never change. Too arrogant. Why are inventions so difficult to get made? Been trying, but no companies will answer a single call or email. Because for probably the same reason I don't answer any calls or emails, Jessica, whatever. You just assume that everybody's wasting your time. Why do you need to call a company to get an invention made? I'm curious. What are you inventing? What are you trying to make? And what is it that... Can we hear you hiss it? People hiss. No. Do you play anything besides Dota? No. Are you ketchup or mustard person? Mustard. Counting bodies like sheep to the rhythm of the war drums. Perfect circle, man. Maynard has some good music. You like Pantera? A little bit. The speakers on the 14-inch MacBook Pro don't sound like laptop speakers. They sound good. After having Vandersteen Model 3s in my apartment with acoustic panels everywhere, something tells me I'm not going to enjoy laptop
sweet
speakers.
Mercy.
E. I don't know what that is. You want a vowel? I don't know what the fuck that means. You got to give me more than that. You like the Deftones? Yes. They have some cool, freaky music. I like creepy music. And they have creepy music. I like creepy music. Creepy music is good. Here's another one. How do I go from You Break I Fix to starting my own business? Start putting up ads, man. You Break I Fix pays literally shit. Like, they pay so low that it's going to be easy for you to start making the same amount, if not more money than you make there. Just start putting ads up. Craigslist. I started Craigslist, Backpage, ClassifiedAds.com, Kijiji, Put up pull tab signs in all the popular places in your area. Let people know what you do. Post on forums. Do everything you need to get your first fucking customer. And make them so happy that they tell everybody you exist. Go above and beyond and make them as happy as humanly possible. Find Apple Bottom Jeans by Tool on YouTube. That would require picking up my keyboard. And I'm afraid if I pick up my keyboard, I'm going to fall on the floor. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'm only getting things that I can get to with my trackball. And I'm not going to be able to get there by YouTube. So I'm sorry. But I appreciate the $2 Canadian. Let's see. I like Deftones. Anything Maynard puts his hands on is magic. True. My personal PR song is Rooster. You should add overlay about Erica and acronym use. Probably. I like Alice in Chains. Let's see. I like the Alice in Chains that you're not supposed to like, though. I like the dirty, kind of cultish sounding Alice in Chains. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Could use some time to curl away. My aggression is where you take your place. Can you recommend a good conical tip for microsoldering? No, because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a good conical tip. Conical is trash. Conical is absolute trash. What is the song's name? What song? Someone handle Zymo. He keeps harassing me. Is he? I don't see any harassment. Stop. What are you guys complaining about? Lewis has the fireball. That's good shit. You know, it is pretty good, Hannah Anderson. It's good stuff. It's probably bad for you, but... What makes you happy? Winning at things. I just don't win as often as I'd like. Accomplishing something. I just became a store manager at Uber. Got fix. Any suggestions for someone new to formal employment in the field? Yeah, get out. Start your own business. Run. Where do you think things are headed after Twitch banning Destiny and other moderate streamers? YouTube also has issues. I think it means that people will... I think there'll be more people will complain about wanting alternative platforms that they don't actually use. I made 5 cents off of Rumble so far. Yay! Thoughts on Gamers Nexus. An honest, humble, and kind man. I met him in person. He's a good guy. You must be using a green screen of such a rustic and aesthetic rough brick wall. That is not a green screen. That's actually brick. I could prove it by punching it, and then you'd see my hand bleed, but I don't want to do that. Charles, you can probably... You know the answer to that already. You don't need to ask. Are you excited to see what happens with this whole Twitter thing in Elon Musk? Yeah, I don't give a fuck, honestly. I just don't care. I don't use Twitter much at all. I don't really care about Twitter. Don't care about Elon Musk. It doesn't have anything to do with my life. Like Rick and Morty. I do like Rick and Morty. I was very surprised to find that somebody I did not expect to like Rick and Morty liked Rick and Morty. She was actually somewhat embarrassed. She thought that I would make fun of her for liking Rick and Morty, but rather I admired her for liking Rick and Morty. Unfortunately, I will never have an opportunity to see Rick and Morty with her. Hey man, I would like to invite you to read the Quran if you haven't already. You know what? I'm not particularly interested in reading any sort of religious manual at the moment, but I have nothing against those who are religious themselves. Can you link me to the Paul Daniels of Sweet Mercy audio bite? I can't because it would require me getting my keyboard, and if I get my keyboard, that means getting up, and if I get up, I will probably fall down. So I'm not doing that. It's also going to take too much work for me to find the clip. Ask Paul Daniels to do his own clip for you. Also, you don't have to license it from Paul Daniels. You talk about how wanting to help people is part of your job motivation. Any thoughts on how to get past my disdain towards people so I can leave my job? There's almost no social interaction. I mean, the way you get over your disdain for people is by seeing how happy you're able to make people, seeing the change from them being miserable to being happy as a result of something you did. You know, you'll feel some empathy for people in those moments, and you feel happy that you were part of the reason that they're now happy. Oh, Samus Research. That's not a question. That's a name with a question mark in front of it. And it's pretty dumb. Find out apology. You should be posting this in your random channel, not the main one. You should shut your mouth and start your own channel before you tell me what to do. You can copy and paste with just a mouse. No, I can't copy and paste from the OBS screen. There's no copying and pasting from OBS. Damn, Lewis should be Irish for how much he pounds down. No, I'm not Irish. I wish. This sounds kind of cool. Alice in Chains is cool. Banks around here don't give loans for business unless you have a certain profit already. Dude, banks didn't give me fucking loans after 10 years of being in business. I was looking to get a business loan in 2019. By the way, thank God I didn't. If I had actually tried to build the new store to be really, really nice, holy fuck, I'd be screwed after COVID. Way more than I am now. I'm still screwed now, but not even close to as screwed as I would have been otherwise. But yeah, I couldn't get a loan after. I had, what was it? I showed them 7 years of profit and loss, 7 years of books, 7 years of everything. I got zero. I got bupkis. Why are you up late, says Asu Woma. Because I am. How long before TCR Circuit performs a hostile takeover of your store? We'll see. Honestly, if somebody wanted to buy this place for me, I would just sell it at this point. I would probably sell it. A lot of people say you're a millionaire because your business is worth $1 million, and it's like, I'm really waiting to find a dumbass that would actually buy this shithole place for $1 million. I'd be surprised if somebody would buy this dump for $100,000. Lewis is like super trashed right now. No, I'm not. I still got a long way to go to be super trashed. We're going to try. Ugh. We got a lot more to go. I've never been to a Rammstein concert. I haven't, but I do have some Rammstein. It sounds like angry war music.
Oh, sweet.
Are you glad you amassed such a following? No, it's kind of weird. I don't know how to deal with it. The first time I bench pressed 225 for a set of 4, 16 years ago, was this. Yeah, Rammstein kicks ass. It gets old after a while, but it's good exercise music. It's like I also do my sprint running to this. when I do the whole I'm going to run as fast as I can for 15 seconds and then, just walk, then run as fast as I can 15 seconds. Anytime I'm doing sprint running, I'm doing that so that I can beat Orhan at the store in a race. I'm going to fuck him up in a race. He keeps laughing because he keeps beating me. But like, I have everybody at the store beat in weightlifting in every single category. It doesn't matter how much more they weigh than me, I beat them in every category. People at the store that weigh 40 to 60 pounds more than me, I'll beat them in deadlift, squat, bench press, bent over row, anything. The problem I have is since I tore my quadricep in 2016, I never got it back to where it was before, so I get beaten running. But I'm working on beating them at running, and that's going to be harder. But yeah, this is what I listen to when I'm practicing my running. And it's good music. It's like very, very, it's very aggressive. I like music that's very aggressive and like angry and aggressive music. Like this shit's awesome. Like, how could you not run to this? But yeah, I've never seen them in concert before. But damn, Rammstein kicks ass with that shit. Could you elaborate on conical tips? They suck! Fuck conical tips. Seriously, don't use conical tips. Use flat tips, use bevel tips, like anything but a conical tip. Conical tips are shit. How do you feel about all the earth we gotta excavate for EVs? I don't know. Better about all the earth you have to excavate to get oil, I guess. Like, a lot of people will complain and say, look at all the cobalt you need for an electric car. It's like, dude, you know how much cobalt they fucking use when they're dealing with crude oil? Do you think it's a nice looking brick wall? I don't know. Why does everybody get so fucking obsessed with the brick wall? How do I start my own business in repair? By starting. Do you want to start or do you not want to start? If you don't want to start, then you're fucked. If you want to start, then you start. You start by starting. Can you even survive life without creating your own business? Probably. People who are good at having jobs. I'm not good at getting a job, though. Don't punch the wall. Do you bother getting Samsung, Apple, Google authorized certified? No, because you don't get access to anything. What the fuck's the point? I'm not going to get a schematic if I get certified. I can't buy chips from them if I'm certified. It's a fucking waste of time. You don't get access to anything. It's a joke. It's a fallacy. It's a farce. If you were a pro wrestler, what would be your entrance theme music? If I was a wrestler, my entrance music, what would it be? Probably this. Be ready. Probably this. What's the secret to not giving a shit? Realizing that when you give a shit, you don't get any further. How do you start marketing yourself or your repair business? ClassifiedAds.com, Craigslist, Backpage, Kijiji, OLX, and I would focus on a specific repair and a specific model because that's easier to rank for on Google than something general. So MacBook repair in New York, hard. A1181 MacBook screen repair in New York, easier. And then once you start ranking for low-level terms by being the best in that particular category, having the best price, going over the screen that you use, why that matters, how you do it, how quickly it is, blah, 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 then it's easier for you to start ranking for more general terms. So you want to start ranking for terms that are more specific, that are related to the general term before you start trying to rank for the general term. We just talked about how Final Fantasy IX is the best at PlayStation 1 era. Jerks. I like it. Private Hudson leaves a retarded comment. Complains about New York City, goes to New York City to have a good time. Retarded. I complain about New York City, and I go to New York City to manage a fucking business, you dumb piece of shit. Next. You're going to fall off the chair, aren't you? I am not going to fall off the chair because the chair is back. Sometimes making people happy can break their life back into unhappiness once you leave. So that would be a dependency. That's the dark side of making people happy. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza? Cancer. But also, I think having that many carbs in general is kind of cancer. Let's see. From one New York tech shop to another. We appreciate what you do here. Thank you. Thank you, Tori Biznett. That's very kind of you. Where's Oreo? Gone. Why do you stay in New York if it's bad there? Because I have a business here, and that business has 12 employees. And running it from time to time is important. To get a loan from a bank, you have to walk right up to the banker, look them right in the eye, and pee on their desk to assert dominance. I'll try that next time. What do you do if you could retire early? Still do what you do now for fun. Probably lose my mind because I wouldn't have a purpose anymore. Crispy bacon or floppy bacon? Crispy, by far. Crispy bacon and crunchy peanut butter. Anything else is just for degenerates. Being a business owner means 100-hour work seems. Jean-Pierre asks, tits or ass? Ass, because ass is something that can be improved more so than tits. Tits is kind of something you're born with. Ass is something that you work for. I respect what you work for more than what you're born with. I want Rammstein. That's one of the few bands on my bucket list. I like Rammstein. If you sold a business, would you spend more time with Right to Repair? I don't know. I probably would, but admittedly, I would rather just support the people that are doing work that I'm funding right now. Would you box other YouTubers for charity? No, because that would be horrible. I don't want brain damage. I prefer brain damage by drinking alcohol to brain damage by being punched. I do listen to Tool, Hannah Anderson. I played some Tool earlier in the stream. I do enjoy them very much. In 5 years, when the most new reliable phones release won't have removable SD card, Hefo Jack, what will you do? I don't know. There really hasn't been any advancement in phones in that period of time, so I'll just keep what I have now. I don't need the phone to have... what? By then, the phone will have 30 cameras. Who gives a shit? I don't care. I just... There's nothing about phones that have come out now that makes them worth it to me over phones that came out 4 or 5 years ago. Like, I'm not impressed by them. I don't give a shit about them. There's nothing about them that's so life-changing to me. I don't care. I don't care if that makes me a shitty influencer, if people think I'm not a tech professional or whatever, because I don't give a fuck. But, like, again, you know, looking at something like a Samsung S8 or S9 compared to a modern phone, it's just like, I don't care. There's nothing about new phones that's so sexy to me that I could not have a phone that's old. I don't care. I'll have to use an older phone. This is none of my business whatsoever, but I've been curious what's up with Erica since Lewis moved north. Been too busy at work. Anyone know? Lewis broke up with Erica several months ago, so Erica is outliving her best life. I hope that she finds a man of superior quality to me, and that she is very, very happy with that man someday, and I hope that she has a lovely, lovely life because she is a good person. However, I'm not dating her, so if you want to figure out what's up with her, I would highly suggest asking her. Also, I remember you. You had a video on doing a diary or something a really long time ago, and you also used to leave very insightful comments. But I haven't seen your insightful comments, likely because I stopped reading most of my YouTube comments because reading my YouTube comments gave me cancer. But I hope you're doing very well, Miss Mouse. I hope you're doing very well for yourself. Good to see you're here. Okay, what else do we have? What are your thoughts on Ford selling their electric motors for private electric car builds customs? That's really cool. I support that. How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? How can you have your pudding if you don't eat your meat? Oh, I see what you're doing. You're baiting me, aren't you? Oh, you're baiting me. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? The best part of that album is Don't Leave Me Now. If we're going to talk about the wall, you got to talk about the ending to Don't Leave Me Now. Or Hey You. Hey You is amazing. In your heart, I'm coming home. Dun, 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 dun. I think this is what I'm going to play for the next time I try to do 12 reps of 225 on bench press. That's some good shit. What a fucking amazing album. Those people are on way more than alcohol when they made that album, by the way. I forget what part of that album has the "No pudding if you don't eat your mate." I forget which song that was. Oh, it's this. God damn it. Of course it's this one. I never listened to this song, though. That's why I forgot it. This song is so played out, though. I never listened to this one. Like, I never listened to Another Brick in the Wall. It's just boring. It's not the part of the album that has the most personality to me. Like, the personality in this album to me is in Hey You. Like this. The build-up is amazing. In your heart, I'm coming home. Bum, 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 bum. Lewis is a font of knowledge, but please keep spending money asking about his ex. I wish they were spending money to ask about my ex. Those are all free chats. Thank you, Wild Mouse. Let's see. Ever listen to Japanese metal band Ninja Nisu? Never heard of them. Thank you, Veal. I don't see food riots at all, Twan. There is no nightlife in New York City for me, Private W. Hudson. I don't actually involve myself in nightlife. I don't do nightlife. I stream while drinking Fireball. This is my idea of nightlife. I don't play games on phones, Fuad. I don't think I'm the greatest, Wild Mouse. Don't idolize me. I'm kind of a bum. But I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much. What are your thoughts on Eureka saying they use OEM Apple parts to fix their phones? I don't know. I don't really know if that's true or not, and I honestly don't really care. I've seen enough of their attempts to do board repair to, yeah. I also know what they pay. Viewers, since you're beating the genius bar wasted on Jaeger video, love the channel. Thank you, Jabal Shack. I have an iPhone 6S and it still works good. Listen, if it still works, there's no reason to get something different. Thoughts on Symphony X? I have some. How'd you tear your quadricep? Is that a good story to tell or not? Okay, so there was an Arrow 7 or an Arrow 9 bike. They always go through red lights, and it fucking pisses me off. Like, if you're going through a red light when there's nobody there, fine. If there's pedestrians, fucking stop at the red light. They never do that. If you're going to break the law, at least break the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law. So I'm just so sick and tired of like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going to walk. The light is green for me. Thank you. The light is green for me. I'm going to walk through the goddamn crosswalk and you can stop, not me. I'm sick of stopping for these fucking Arrow 7 delivery drivers. He smashes into me at like 28 or 30 miles an hour and I'm in terrible pain. As I'm in terrible pain, instead of apologizing for smashing into me with his fucking bike, he takes the food and he throws it at me and he curses me out. I lose my shit. You not only did you just smash into me while I was walking through a crosswalk with a green light, but you just threw your fucking food at me and cursed me out. I chased him. I sprinted as fast as I could, chased him, tossed him off the bike, was like hit him once, was about to hit him again. People started staring. I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to get arrested. I'm going to stop. Keep walking. The Wall is the greatest, darkest album of all time. The Wall is a fucking amazing album. And yes, thank you also for the $5. It's more than I deserve. And then I'm walking over to the gym because I was on my way to the gym. And then I realize as I go to lift up my right leg, there's just this feeling of this like, there's this weird liquidy warm feeling where what used to be solid was, and I just feel like my leg is made of liquid. And I'm like, I fucked something up here, didn't I? So I don't think getting hit was what did it. Getting hit was like the precursor. It was sprint running to catch up to the bike so that I could toss him off of it because I was mad. Thank you, Wild Mouse. That's more than I deserve. Thank you. I think him smashing into me was not what did it. That was a bruise. Me sprinting after getting that bruise was what caused me to tear my quadricep. The sad thing is if I had to do it again, I'd probably do the exact same shit. But yeah, that was 6 years ago, and that sucked. Does long-term exposure to soldering fumes affect health? I don't know, but I have a Hacko FA430 to suck them all up because I don't want to figure out the answer to that question. Thank you for the number one fan. That's a little number one fan thing that's dancing, Wild Mouse. That's too kind of you. It's this all green screen. No, because if I punch the wall, my hand would bleed. I'm just not going to punch the wall to show you that. Not only your repair videos help me kickstart my career, but your older life advice videos help me shape who I am. Thank you. Get the rest. You deserve it. I don't think I've deserved rest. I don't think I deserve rest. Somebody that noticed that I wasn't able to sleep all night suggested that I deserve rest, but I don't think I deserve rest. I thank you very much. I'm glad that you were able to get something from those repair videos, and I hope other people are able to carry on those repair videos that I used to do. Roger Waters was one of the most memorable concerts I went to. I like Roger Waters. His music. I should clarify that and say his music. You like the YouTuber Salty Cracker. I've never heard of that person. Does right to repair such a critical topic regarding personal freedom and ability? Do you have any strong opinions on the Second Amendment? I don't know if it's a strong opinion on the Second Amendment. I mean, I support people's right to own a firearm. I don't have a problem with you owning a firearm. I think you should have the freedom to own a firearm. But I don't think it's a strong opinion. I just think it's an opinion. Any interest in K-pop? None. Thoughts on domestic violence against men? I'm not for domestic violence against anybody. Did you want to be leader for Right to Repair? Was it thrust upon you? No, I never wanted to be, and I don't see myself as a leader for Right to Repair. I'm simply a man that yells into his camera and tries to get people to consider something that they otherwise wouldn't have considered. I'm not a leader when it comes to Right to Repair. I'm just a person. And I don't want to be seen as a leader of I don't want to be seen as a leader of a movement. And if somebody claims to be a leader of something that's a philosophy or an idea, then most of the time they're trying to scam you because they want to be able to make money or be the head of an organization that pays them money, or they want to get, royalties for some sort of shit. I don't want any of that. I want more people to care about the thing that I care about because I want them to experience what it is like to go from being worth nothing or having a garbage job to being able to make a living in a field that actually makes people happy. I want as many people as possible to be able to follow in my footsteps. I want that bridge that I crossed to get to where I am to not go on fire behind me so more people can experience that level of happiness. But I don't think I'm a leader of anything. I'm just thinking I'm a person that wants to share what it is I've accomplished with the world. And I want them to see how happy it can make them feel. I think the attacks on food plants are a coincidence. I don't know anything about attacks on food plants, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm sorry. Moody Blues. Moody Blues is some good shit. You want to hear some Jetsons music right here? So I was talking to this woman the other day that really does. She was expressing how she doesn't like music from the 70s and the 60s because of the sound of it. So just to troll her, I wound up playing something that sounds like the fucking Jetsons to see if I could like get her to like make a grimace. Because sometimes I don't know. My way of flirting with people, my way of flirting is to do something that's gonna make you mad. But like not something that's gonna make you mad, like like I'm gonna punch the air, or you're trying to piss me off on purpose. But just something that's gonna make you like crack up. Really? Did you just do that? So as she's explaining why she doesn't like 70s music, because 70s music kind of, I don't know, just aggravates her, I start playing shit that sounds like the Jetsons just to fuck with her. Does this not sound like the Jetsons? Does this not sound like Rosie's running back and forth to clean stuff before everybody gets home for a party? One second to get some water.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thanks for being based. It's the Jetsons. Haha, take a shot. It does sound like the Jetsons, doesn't it? Moody Blues really does sound like the Jetsons here.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I answered your question about an hour ago when you first asked it. Trying to break into the industry is the last-ditch effort. Shall I my passion, my talent, or find something more passionate about? What you need to do is find out what you're good at. What you're good at is what you're going to be passionate about. A lot of people think, like, should I do what I'm good at or should I do what I'm passionate about? When you're good at something, you're going to be able to make people happy. Making people happy is going to make you passionate. You're going to be able to make money by making those people happy. Making enough money to actually live a real life is going to make you happy. It's going to contribute to your passion. So you're going to be passionate about something that you're good at when you're actually able to contribute something to the world, when you're able to make people happy, when you're able to do something that really changes the world around you in a positive way. That's going to make you a lot more passionate than doing something that you're, quote, passionate about but that you suck at. My phone just vibrated, but I can't find it. It's because I threw it over there. What is this bullshit? Who is fucking messaging me at midnight? It's the Go Get Some Water song. Yes, it is. Junk, 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 junk. Yeah, go away, phone. Okay, so. Moody Blues, Hattie Langford. Moody Blues. That's good stuff. I'm not frying my ears with treble, AF 1892. You're using speakers with the tweeters turned up. What's your deadlift PR? 7 reps of 315. Apartment is getting empty, din dog. I'm working on it. Destiny is not here. Wolfie's probably going to a movie with his girlfriend. How much is that apartment a month? Over 2,000. So much. It was 16 something when I first moved here. Thank you, name of the game. Excuse me. Any rush in your library? Do I? What kind of rush do you like? What kind of rush are you looking for? Let's see. Are you thinking of like a cheesy guitar solo? Your days, 100 years of McGuinn's. The mother of all machines. All machines! You have to take acid for a brick in the wall to hit you correctly. Been there, done that. You know, I've never done acid. Just fireball. Which, by the way, making some good progress here with this fireball. We're almost finished. When we finish the bottle, I'll be able to end the stream. Getting paid for having an ex-girlfriend is pretty dope. Oh, true. But I don't think that's what people are paying me for. Any words of advice on coming back from taking an L? I don't know, man. My life is constantly taking L's. I think as long as you don't kill yourself after you take an L, you're ahead of the game. Learning how to fly is my all-time favorite. You talking about Joe Satriani? Are you a Satriani fan? Coldplay ripped that off horribly.
Oh, sweet mercy.
You said before that repair business thrive in bad economies, but you also said this stream the business is going terrible. I didn't say that repair businesses in general are doing terrible. I said that mine is doing terrible because I suck at running a business and I made many bad decisions in a row that I now have to live with. I also happen to have the bad luck of being audited by New York State at the same time that business is going terrible. So that's separate. Yeah, a business can be good while a specific company can be going terribly because it's run by a moron. Don't be sad, KBI. You deserve what you earn, irrelevant comments. It's not about being self-denigrating. It's not about thinking negatively. It's just about thinking realistically. If you think about what you deserve, like how do you control what you deserve? Like that's just a belief. But what you earn is something that you actually control. I try to focus on the things I can control rather than the things I cannot control, because by focusing on the things that I control, I can then change my actions and then get closer to actually having what I want or what I'd like to earn rather than just what I think I deserve. Like, how do you get closer to what you want by just thinking you deserve something? You don't get there at all. You think about, okay, what do I need to do to earn what it is I want? See, it gives you control over your own life. Whether or not you think it's fair, whether or not you think it's right, who gives a fuck? We live in reality. And in reality, you get what you earn. You must be so soft. I don't think I'm soft. I don't know. Would you play at least the first 30 seconds of Loveless by Lone Moon? I don't know if you get in trouble for it, but it's an effing banger. I can't, because if I get up to get my keyboard, I will probably pass out. And I'm not going to type stuff. Also, if I type stuff, I'll lose my OBS window right now. But Steve Vai is better than Satriani? Okay, fine. You know what? Maybe some Steve Vai. Some Steve Vai. As long as he's not fucking singing. When Steve Vai sings, I want to throw shit at my television. Let's see. What kind of Steve Vai are you into? Are you into, like, this shit? Like this? Let's see. Or this. But if you're saying that that's better than Joe Satriani, then that means that you're acknowledging that that's better than something like this. And I don't know if that's particularly the case. I don't know. Joe Satriani still wins to me. Steve Vai is pretty talented, but I'll take that. Do you think YouTube should be considered a job? I don't give a shit what somebody considers a job. It matters what reality is. Again, it's not about what you deserve. It's about what you earn. It's not about what somebody else thinks is a job. It's about what's actually a job. If you provide value to the world and in exchange for the value that you provide to others, you get money, that's a fucking job. So, like, I'm just saying, well, YouTube shouldn't be a job. Or whoa. Like, people have often... Vai's juice is better than Satriani's flying in a blue dream. I don't know, man. I don't know. We may have a disagreement there. But, like, when somebody says that... I don't care what somebody's personal opinion is. Like, you can think that doesn't have value, but if millions of other people want to watch something because it provides value to them, then I don't really give a shit about the one person. This is not a job. And when somebody says that, you shouldn't be able to make money doing that. Okay. I don't give a fuck what you think. Reminder, Lewis is 10 minutes behind in general chat on average. 9 minutes since I'm almost at the end of my bottle. I mostly watch this channel for life advice. Thanks. Any advice moving on from tragedy? Honestly, my only advice is really, really bad advice, which is find a distraction for yourself. There's always something that you could be doing that'll distract you from the misery and absurdity of life. For me, it was, I don't know, learning board repair, work, building a business, all that shit. That was always something to distract me from what was in my head. And most of the time it actually works. And the thing is, even if you don't actually wind up distracting yourself from what it was that was in your head, at the very least, I don't have that album, I'm afraid, Jonathan. I'm sorry. I don't have that album. But even if you don't wind up distracting yourself, at the very least, you may have done something for the world or built something that matters, that makes you money or whatever. Why are you drunk? The reason I'm drunk is because I've had this much Fireball since I started the stream. Actually, I've not. I started the stream with about this much Fireball. So when I scheduled the stream, I had this much Fireball. Then when I started the stream, I had this much Fireball. And now I have this much Fireball. So that's why I'm drunk. To be specific with it. Lewis, that was loud. No shit. It's music. This is why she leaves, says K. Riazi. I don't think women leave me because of my musical taste. And also in the case of the most recent one, this was not a person that could have left because in order to leave, you would have had to arrive. And she had never wanted to admit that she had arrived. But that's life. You try and you move on. Oh God, the Moody Blues are amazing. Yes, I love the Moody Blues. The gap in audio levels between mic and secondary audio is amazing. I don't care. I don't care. Why are you drunk on a school night? I haven't gone to school in over 10 years. I don't give a shit. Perfect intermission music, the Moody Blues. Yes. The nature of the breakup is in public. Just know this. Lewis is handling it well. He's ramped up his exercise and getting back on the market. He's killing it. I wouldn't call myself back on the market. I guess I am back on the market, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like the avocado that has green shit growing on it. Like technically it's on the market, but nobody buys it. Try a live stream where you actually play most requests, but your super chats would control your average. I don't think playing copyrighted music is a good thing to base a business on. I love the Moody Blues, says Hannah Anderson. Me too. It does have a Jetsons feel. It really does. I love the Moody Blues. At least that one particular album is amazing. The 1967 album. I figured if it was 67 or 69. Many of us appreciate your streams or videos. That is huge value. Thanks for the honest advice, brother. Thank you, Anthony Warren. That's more than I deserve, but thank you. What if you're a dummy and you're not good at anything? You'll find something to be good at. I wasn't good at anything until I found what I was good at. And I was pretty damn good at this. You just got to try a bunch of different shit to figure out where you fit into the world. What if you're okay at customer service but not passionate about it? You become passionate about it when you're regularly able to make the lives of your coworkers easier, when you take situations that they were afraid to confront and you confront them and you fix them, and when you make customers happy in doing so. You'll become passionate about things when you're actually good at it. In order for her to arrive, you have to make her come first. Well, I'm not going to say that because she's probably watching this fucking video. You know what? We're just going to leave that out of the conversation. Sonny, stop being a troll. You know what's really weird? What's really weird is when you try to date as somebody with over 1 million YouTube subscribers, and you know that the people that you're dating are watching your content, so you never really have that sort of private moment. It just kind of changes what you're allowed to say. Thank you, Anthony S. Would you consider yourself an audiophile? If audiophile means somebody that values high-end audio, yes. If audiophile means somebody that cares about their speaker cables, then no. Talk about tech. I don't want to talk about tech. I don't want to talk about tech. Don't make me. Would you play the first 30 seconds of Loveless by Low Moon? Probably not. I don't have that. I'm also at the point of deleting my Twitch because of the BS. I deleted my Twitch before because they banned Destiny. I stand with Destiny. I actually figured out after I deleted my Twitch that apparently I got $1,500 to $1,800 a month from the Streamlabs link, though. So I have a Streamlabs link for YouTube and I have one for Twitch, and apparently I gave up $1,800 a month in income. I was honestly thinking, like, I didn't even check that until after it was done, but yeah. Oh well. It was worth it for the principal. It was worth it for the principal, and it was worth it to stand up for a friend. But yeah, $20,000 a year would have been nice to keep. Would you play at least the first 30 seconds? I can't play. No, I answered that already. Stop. Don't make me take up my keyboard and type shit. Do you have videos on how to make ESCs for bulk? What the fuck? ESCs for bulk? What is this acronym shit? Get out of here with these acronyms. Why do you drink such an awful lowbrow beverage? Because I'm an awful lowbrow human being. Do you like System of a Down? Sometimes I like System of a Down. Sometimes I do. Do you ever try fingering trackball over thumb trackball mouse? Trackball. They're both. This is the thumb trackball mouse, but trackball is the same as a thumb trackball mouse. It also makes you. Also fingering a trackball also makes you better at fingering in general. It's an important skill to have. It won't stop you from being single in my experience, but it's still a good skill to have. Okay, where was I? Why am I saying this when I know who's watching this? I'm a moron. Oh well. They knew that. Okay, where was I? What music was I thinking of? Somebody brought up a particular piece of music. Yeah, I remember. I like Highway Song. Or this. This is awesome.
Rushing to watch your spirit fully drunk from the time you were a psycho, groupie, cocaine, crazy. So you want to see the show? You really don't have to be a hoe from the time you were a psycho, groupie, cocaine, crazy.
Good stuff. Quality stuff.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Oh, well. I'll probably find lots of other ways to offend people. This is not System of a Down, but this is Serge Tankian, the singer from System of a Down. I'm just being honest, Anthony S.
Only a cat of a different coat. That's all the truth I know.
How much have you had to drink, sister?
Coat of gold
Well, Din Dog,
or a coat
3 hours ago I bought this bottle. And I'm currently over here, not including what's in this cup, which is actually almost empty, so.
Mine are long and sharp, my lord. There's long
According to the bottle, this is 33% alcohol by volume. And this is 750 milliliters? So we're almost finished.
But now the rains we pour is all, and not a soul to hear.
Who said fuck Steve Vai? Eric Farmer, you don't get to say fuck Steve Vai. No way. You're lucky, Private W. Hudson. If you've never heard Steve Vai sing, you're a lucky man. It's horrible. Amazing guitarist. Amazing songwriter. Horrible singer. Joe Satriani surfing with the alley. I'll finish this. And then we'll play Satriani. Surfing with the alien.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What's wrong with Nintendo? I honestly don't like the middle of the song. I don't like the heavy part of it. I know you're supposed to, but I don't. I like the soft part of it. It's much more powerful to me. The soft part of the song is very powerful to me. This is the first album that I listened to in the RCA 1997 portable CD player I was carrying through Susan Wagner High School. I had Linkin Park's Meteora and Joe Satriani Surfing with the Alien. And then at some point I added I added Engines of Creation. Engines of Creation is awesome. Your subwoofer is probably getting fucked right now if you have a subwoofer. And there's also this. This is something. This gets it.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I can't play that. I don't have it. Sorry. That's some good shit right there. That's just fucking amazing. That is a seriously amazing album. Engines of Creation is one of my favorite albums of all time. I got that album in 2002. It's been 20 years, and I still listen to that album, and I'm as dumbfounded about it today as I was when I first got it. It's just, I don't know how else to explain it. Thank you, Jonathan. Somebody asked, where's the Ingv Moms theme? I mean, Ingv is just a dick-waving contest. It doesn't mean it's not good music. I still have some Ingv. Yeah, I forgot to unmute my microphone. What I was saying is I can't click that. I'm very sorry. I just wanted to show you in case it's possible you don't believe me. I don't know how to click links in this. Another drink on me for your right to repair work. A small machine shop in Youngstown, Ohio. And I build my own machines to circumvent the anti-repair market. Thank you. Another drink, you say? Well, thank you. Not bad. Zombie Wolf. Where are we now? The antifreeze is getting me. Already in the zombie wolf. If it already he was alrighty when I was a zombie for you a little later. Frank Zapp is awesome.
It's real Angora.
Kiss my aura, Dora.
Would y'all like some more?
Right here on the flora. Would you like some
Right
more?
here
Well,
on
here's
the
some more.
flora. And how about you, Fauna?
You wanna?
You wanna?
Would you like some more? Well, here's some more.
Sound like you're choking on something. Did you say you want some more? Well, here's some more.
How come you don't tailor your public persona or appearance? Most people pushing political agendas are very careful. It's refreshing and I love it. I am very, very careful about my public persona or appearance, and there's a very specific character that I play here, And that is, it's a very specific character that I'm playing for a very specific reason, to try and get things moving forward in the specific direction that I want to move forward. The thing is, I am not running for public office. I am not trying to pretend that I'm better than I am, and that is a part of the character. You know, I was having this conversation with somebody that I was not dating recently, and I use not dating for a reason that only they would
sweet
understand
mercy.
if they're watching this. When you're in New Hampshire, you might encounter post 10 clearing a culvert. What the hell is post 10? What is a culvert and what is a post 10? What the fuck does all that mean? I appreciate the $5 whatever that is, but I don't know what that means. But I said that this is a character. And what she said, which it kind of gave me something to think about, was I think that the YouTube you is the real you, and the you in real life is actually the character. I don't know. I don't think that's true. It's possible, though. At least you don't pay waitresses $6.38 an hour and out of Olive Garden. I kind of wonder if she lied to me about the fact that she gets paid very poorly. In order
sweet
to,
mercy.
what's your current goal, dream, plan in life? My goal is to get through the next 2 years without going bankrupt. My dream is that my business doesn't go bankrupt in the next 2 years. And my plan, I don't have a plan at all. They say that not having a plan is not failing to plan is a plan to fail. Maybe they're right, but I've never really planned. I just kind of make it up as I go. Go through the next 2 years without my business going bankrupt will do it for me. You are driving tomorrow or today. You should be careful drinking just for your safety. I don't have hangovers. Whoa, what happened to Erica? I don't know what happened to her. She seems fine to me. She seems like she's living a good life. Let's see. David Bowie is a soy. Fuck you, you fucking asshole. Okay, listen, there's a lot of shit you could do in my chat. You do not fucking insult David Bowie. David Bowie is the fucking man. Fuck you. David Bowie is the shit. Get out of here, you fucking piece of... No, David Bowie's the man. David Bowie is awesome. Yeah, you can't insult David Bowie in my stream. Wasn't he married? Is he still? Is David Bowie married? I think David Bowie's dead, but I think he was married when he was alive. I think... You believe in marriage? I do. But in order to get married, you have to find somebody that's willing to date you. That's hard enough as it is. Have you ever listened to Chan? Never heard of them. Joe Satriani sounds better when you're sober. I don't know. Music sounds pretty good when you're drunk. I don't feel like I'm hurting Rayar. I don't know what you're talking about. The last time I was really hurting was when I tore my quadricep because I chased somebody on an Arrow 7 that smashed into me at almost 30 miles an hour. My neighbors 300 yards away hate you. What you have to do if your neighbors hate you is find an apartment that has good enough walls that you can play live music. Not live music, but loud music.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I'm chilling, having an ice-cold beer and enjoying the stream. I've watched your videos for years and I appreciate your content. Cheers. I just got a text message from somebody named Josh. I don't know if you're the same Josh that just sent me a text message, but if you are, thank you. How much is the mic worth? Be careful. Now, you like Dream Theater. I do, when James Labrie is not singing, usually. Let's see. Let's play some Dream Theater. You just have to be careful to fast forward past James Labrie singing in Dream Theater is amazing. Frank Zappa. We played some Frank Zappa. Drink responsibly. I think I've drank very responsibly. You want some more? Right here on the floor. And hey, Fauna, you want it? That's from Frank Zappa. Everybody plays a character on YouTube, Ben Kemp. Real human beings are far too disgusting and ugly to share with the world. So everybody has to put on a little bit of a character. Nobody wants reality. People don't want reality. They downvote reality. One day may come when Lewis doesn't need Lewis, and on that day we'll all be here. Let's see. If you plan to fail, then your plan is to fail. Huh? Bowie got so ripped off. We had a vaccine for Hep C that would have saved him that just magically hit the market after he died. Is that what he died of? I don't know what David Bowie died of. He was pretty old, was he not? Yeah, I just don't feel like I feel like doing a video on that sad day and is giving them a win, and I don't want to give them a win. I don't want to give them a win. Perhaps that's irrational, but I don't want to give them a win. Okay, I've caught up to the chat around 127. It's 141 now. From 127 to 133, the comments are mostly cancer. I have heard Glass Prison. It's just not particularly exciting to me as a song. You're talking about this, but it's just so much. No, Glass Prison is not the song to listen to from 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. If you want 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, you're going to be talking about Goodnight Kiss from 4 minutes and 40 seconds, Blind Faith from 7 minutes and 55 seconds, or The Great Debate from 9 minutes and 55 seconds. That's where the guitar solos start and where James LaBrie stops fucking singing. I have the timestamps memorized for their discography. So Blind Faith, 7:55, is as follows. 7:55 is 4 seconds away. The Great Debate from 9 minutes and 55 seconds is going to be as follows. Goodnight Kiss from 4 minutes and 40 seconds is as follows. Dream Theater's Goodnight Kiss is an absolute garbage fire dumpster of a song until you get to 4 minutes and 40 seconds. At 4 minutes and 40 seconds, it transforms into one of the best songs on the planet for getting pumped up, as if you're in some sort of dystopian future that you're trying to break your way out of. Fellow business owner, all of a sudden grossing $1 million annually. What are some things you wish you knew or learned or applied to your business to grow? Well, one of the things that I think I did, a lot of people assume that I'm a good person or I'm a moral or an ethical person because I try to pay people above market wages, and that's not true. The reason I pay people above market wages is because I'm a bad business owner that never took the time to write out proper business procedures, and it was easier for me to simply make less money for myself and be a bad business owner than it was to become a proper business owner, come up with proper business procedures, put every single little thing on how to run a company into a guidebook, and then hire people at lower wages that were less intelligent but able to follow the routines that I set for them. If I were smart, what I would have done from the beginning is every single time I do something, I would write down into a book somewhere why I did it that way and how I did what I did so that it would be easy once I grew. The problem that I had with my business is that I never believed in myself. I never believed that it would grow into something. I never believed that I would be successful at anything in life. And as a result of that, I never planned for growth. One example would be customer service. If I were smart, what I would have done is every time I answered a customer email, I would have made a spreadsheet that had, this is the model and year of the device, this is the problem, and when those converge, here are all the ways that you answer that question. Here's exactly how and why you answer the question in the way that you're answering it. Here's all the information you need, and here's a suggestion as to a canned response that you use. I didn't write that until I was in business for about 8 years. I should have wrote that on day one. I should have been doing that as I went so that when I hired somebody, I could hire somebody who's a complete fucking moron who could get paid minimum wage and do the job rather than having to hire somebody at a higher wage who has a higher intelligence who would be able to figure it out for themselves. So what I would suggest you do is when you're doing things, make sure that you're doing things in a manner where you are documenting it as you go. Even if it's more work up front, it means you'll be doing less work later. If you document why you are doing what you're doing as you go, it'll make it much easier for the next person. Don't just write out a basic email that you think that you'll be able to respond to their follow-up on and so on and so forth. Write out an email that is so good it answers all of their potential follow-up questions and turn it into a canned response. When you write an email, make an entry in a spreadsheet that says, okay, when somebody emails with this thing and this problem, here is all the information you need to respond so that you could grab a dumbass off the street and they'd be able to do your job. Make sure that as you're going, every single time you're doing something, you're documenting and explaining why you're doing it in the beginning when you have the free time, because in the beginning, your business is going to be dead and you're not going to have as much business, which means you have a lot of spare time in your hands. Don't spend that shit browsing Facebook. Don't spend it watching YouTube videos. Don't spend it twiddling your dick in the bathroom. Spend it putting together documentation so that when you do need to grow someday, you will have that documentation available so that you can grab somebody and have them do that particular job. Don't just assume that your business is never going to grow. A lot of the problems that I've had in investment, business, and in life is that I assumed that my business was going nowhere because I didn't have faith in it. I didn't have confidence in myself. I didn't have confidence in my abilities. And to be clear, there's a lot of reasons for me to have not had confidence in my abilities, but again, maybe this is just looking back in hindsight, but since you asked, that's what I would do. That is for Eric Saab in chat, and that's a 10-minute chat, year-old chat. That's a 10-minute chat, not a 10-minute year-old chat. Minute and year are different units. Fredicarus, the reason for that is those exes did not appear on video. The reason they never appeared on video is because I never thought of them as a prospective marriage partner, and also because most of them did not want to because they were afraid to. I recently went out but did not go out with somebody, that's fucking complicated, that said I would never want to appear on your channel unless you were married. This particular person said, it seems like your chat has such an investment in your prior girlfriend, I would not want to show up because I'd feel like the villain. I don't think they would be the villain because they were a new person. I think they'd be the villain because, I don't know, maybe some residual guilt about how they were treating me. But that's a topic that's actually not a topic for a video. That's a topic for that's not a topic for anything, actually. That's a topic for the recycle bin. That shit's to forget about. I've been drinking and watching your stream for almost 3 hours, straight admiring the brick wall. I don't care about the brick wall. Why are you people being so autistic over a fucking brick wall? Hot take with James Labrie. Damn, son. Yo, I just can't stand his singing. Listen, sometimes it's decent, but a lot of times I can't stand it. Lewis, if I had your work ethic, I'd probably be doing better in life. But you have to think of people as an entire, it's not just one attribute, it's an entire painting. I have a good work ethic, but I also make horrible decisions. So one manages to counteract the other. It doesn't matter how much you work if you make horrible life decisions, which I do regularly. And I know I'm making them as I'm making them, and I still do it. Okay. Lewis, are you dating? I am not dating anyone right now, but I'm open to dating someone if I find the right person. I have attempted dating in the past several weeks, and I have failed at that. But that was because I was focusing on the wrong person. I often focus on the wrong person, the same way that I make bad decisions. Chris is getting timed out because I'm sick and tired of reading the same comment. Chris, please stop. Lewis, as long as you don't get Leahy drunk, you'll be fine. Just remember you are not the liquor. Low self-esteem is expensive. As a business owner, it is because it keeps you from developing. A lot of the bad decisions I've made in life is because I didn't believe in myself. And the weird thing is, even looking back at it, I still have the same mindset when making decisions. It's like just because just because not believing in myself in the past, I was wrong because of where I got now, that doesn't mean I'm going to get to someplace better in the future. It's strange. I quit drinking because I'd wake up sick and anxious. I always forget about the way you wake up, and I always think about the way it's easier to fall asleep. Are you familiar with the growing community of people who build their own one-wheels because Future Motion are a ripoff? I'm not, but I'm really enjoying getting to know people in that community, and I'm really enjoying getting to share their message with the world, and I'm hoping to spend some more time with Josh Haley over the next week so that we could share more thoughts and ideas in the hopes of creating a better world. Meeting that guy was like, yeah, I shouldn't be fucking sharing this. Okay, I shouldn't be sharing this, but I drank almost an entire fucking bottle of Fireball. You've been hydrating during your stream. I have been hydrating. I drank almost an entire fucking bottle of Fireball. Meeting that guy and seeing what he was doing in his apartment and seeing like the fucking business he was building from scratch and all the stuff he's been doing, that's the closest I think I'll get until I have a kid of feeling pride in like something you did. Like he said at some point, yeah, the soldering stuff that I did, I started doing from watching your stuff. That guy is so much smarter than me, it's insane. Like that, I don't even know how to begin to describe it. His IQ is not even like slightly above mine. It's like a fucking exponent of mine. And like the idea that I may have even had like 0.0000001% to do with somebody pursuing a career doing something similar to this shit that I do here, that's that much smarter than me, Like, it makes it feel like it was all worth it. Even if I fail entirely, even if my business fails entirely, even if New York State Department of Finance just takes my business and fucking puts it through a cheese grater and grates it in little pieces to the point that I'm working at a goddamn Odell Sporting Goods again for $6 an hour in order to not have to suck dick to buy food. Like, it will have been worth it for the fact that I accomplished to put that out in the world. And yeah, I remember sharing that with somebody recently. I remember sharing that with a woman recently. I forget why I shared that with her, because that was a stupid thing to do. But anyway, I don't know why I share these things with anybody. This isn't about any recognition and appreciating the brick wall. Stop posting the same shit. Holy fuck, that is a... Why do you keep focusing on a wall? Stop. Let's see. It was a mere statement of facts, but yeah, you could simply make a 1-minute video telling us you broke up and it's none of our business. Yeah, but again, at that point, that means that they win. That means it's worth a video. And also, it wouldn't actually stop it. It would never end. It means that my personal life and my personal relationships are worth a video. And I don't think they are. I don't want to set that expectation that every time I have a personal relationship or I don't have a personal relationship, that matters. That doesn't make sense. Also, the guy, it's Wesley, the I Mad Hatter. That's a really insane username. Also, the other reason that wouldn't change anything, Sad Dane, is that 99% of my videos have a 1% viewership ratio in contrast to the subscribership. Many morons are conditioned, though. Ugh, this is depressing. Are they conditioned? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Thanks for introducing me to Destiny, says Lucid Dreams. I'm glad you got introduced to Mr. Destiny. He's a decent person. He's one of the less ideologically possessed people in the political space on the internet. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to meet Destiny tonight and get a steak with him in person. I fully stand behind deleting my Twitch for that. Admittedly, I didn't look at my Streamlabs account to see that I actually got $1,800 a month off of Twitch shit until after I deleted it. I'd like to think that I would have deleted it anyway, but I stand behind my decision. Principles are principles, sir. Principles are principles. Do you like Lacuna Coil? Do I? Get me some Christina Scabia. Let's find some. Do I? Thoughts on crypto? A consensual Ponzi scheme.
When your end is on a piece of paper.
I like Lacuna Coil a lot. Hattie says that makes me sad. Autism doesn't negate a person's worth and isn't a catch-all for bad behavior. I agree with you. I think the idea is that when you focus on one thing at the expense of everything else over and over again. You're my spirit animal. Wise behind your ears. I should know. We're the same age. You teach me so much shit. Awesome music. You put together this nice playlist for work. Thank you. Thank you, Valicy. I had a psychiatrist that suggested that I was not autistic, but had Asperger's or something like that. But the problem is that when she actually asked the questions for there's 5 or 7 questions you ask to figure it out. Each of these questions does not have a yes or no answer. It has an, well, if these conditions are true, then yes. If these conditions are false, then no. But the very fact that I had conditions to answering the questions, she claimed meant that I was autistic, which I thought was ridiculous. But anyway, I think it's very difficult to define what is autistic. And I don't think that autism is necessarily a bad thing, especially if you're in a field where being autistic actually makes you considerably better at your job. It's just when somebody focuses on one thing so much at the expense of everything else over and over and over and over again, it's hard for me to avoid using that word. And perhaps it is offensive, and perhaps I shouldn't use it. But also, perhaps I should not drink an entire bottle of Fireball in an hour and a half. And unfortunately, that ship has sailed. Does dad issues cause boot loop? Yes, they can. Sorry to hear you're single again. Yeah, I'm single. I'm not dead. You asked, does NAND issues cause boot loop? And then less than a minute later, you asked it again. You know what that means for you? You're out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you spamming my chat. I don't need to read the same comment over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Next. Chasers are for pussies, yay or nay? I think yay. What is a chaser? If a chaser is a man that chases a woman that doesn't like him as much as he likes her, then I would say yes. But what is a chaser? Maybe the definition of chaser there is something a little personal. Okay. If you feel like you have trouble with dating, just you wait. Dating is completely destroyed by apps like Tinder. It's basically gone. I installed Tinder a couple of times, and I was actually one of the simps, and I'll admit to being a simp. It is what it is. I'm honest with you all. That actually paid the $15 a month to be able to get unlimited swipes. And at one point, I was synchronizing my swipes with my walking. So I was walking home to try to get in better shape and lose weight. And that's how I figured out it takes about 5,800 or 5,900 steps to go from the old store to my apartment. So every step was a swipe. I wasn't even looking at my phone, to be honest. I was just fucking curious. Like, does this even work? Would I even attract a 300 or 500 pound woman that doesn't use deodorant that's like 90 years old? And like, I literally got 0 matches after 18,000 swipes. And then after a few weeks, I deleted my account. I don't know. I have no appeal to modern women. But honestly, I don't even care. I have other stuff to focus on. But yeah, I've never gotten anything off of Tinder. I'd rather do speed dating. With speed dating, that's in person where, let's say you'll meet with 15 people, you'll talk for 90 seconds, and then after 90 seconds is over, you move on to the next person. So even if you don't get a match, at the very least, you had the experience of interacting with another person, and that experience of interacting with another person will improve your social skills. Whereas on Tinder, you could literally sit there doing this all day until you get fucking arthritis if you're as ugly as I am. You could do this all fucking day long and not have any improvement in your social skills because you've got no practice. Speed dating is kind of like Tinder in person, and even if you fail, again, I like to look for situations in life. I talked about this in an old video with business. I forget which one it is. You always want to look for the win-wins. And the win-win with speed dating is at the very least, even if no women like you, you at the very least have gotten experience in a social environment that will help you with the next one. With Tinder, you could sit there all day doing this until you have fucking arthritis and your thumb's about to get cut off, but you don't actually get that social experience that's going to make you a better person. Agent Glow says DGG in chat. I don't know. You know, I've watched Destiny for several years, and I still have no idea what the fuck a DGG is or what the hell that chat is or where it's located. I'm not very smart. People think I'm smarter than I am, but I'm not. I'm pretty dumb. Just because I know how to do something that you don't know how to do, it doesn't mean I'm smart. I'm pretty stupid. I just know how to do something you don't know how to do. Do you do smartphone glass only repairs for modern smartphones? Hell no. Hell no. That's misery. That's horrible. Low profit margin, high misery. No. Don't get me wrong. If somebody else knows how to do it and they can make it work for their business, God bless them. That's capitalism. I think something sucks. Somebody else thinks they can make a profit at it. Let them teach me how it's done. Let them show me how it's done. I think that's a fucking horrible way to make a buck, so that's not what I'm doing. Do real estate videos again and boost views. I do videos on what I feel like doing videos on. Dear Lewis, I'm from the New York Young Republican Club's Libertarian Caucus. We would love to invite you to speak at our club sometime. Well, you're welcome to email me, lewis@rossmanngroup.com. However, I have no idea what the fuck I'd speak at a Libertarian Republican Club about because I don't really think I'd have anything to say that's worthwhile there. That being said, if you'd want me to show up, I'm happy to show up. I actually met somebody that was running for Congress at one of these, and I think I asked him to do an interview on this channel. And while I'd like to believe that I asked them to do an interview because I thought they were interesting, if I'm being honest with myself, it was probably because I thought they were hot. And it was a horrible interview. Like, absolutely horrible. They had no idea about anything and almost anything in politics. And it was just, like, my chat picked up on it immediately. And this was many years ago. And then I never dealt with that shit again. But sure, continue. What is subscriber to views ratio on your YouTube channel? Garbage. Like 1%. It's literally garbage. I have an Eli the Computer Guy rate. Like when people say you have 1.7 million subscribers, the fuck I do. I have 17,000 subscribers, if that. It's just it's garbage. Absolute shit. It's because I'm boring. I see your Lacuna coil and I raise you one Nightwish. I don't have any Nightwish here that I can play. I don't know why. I never got my collection put here. Wait, I do. All right, here. You know what? I'll play you a little bit of Nightwish. All right, ready?
Sweet mercy.
I don't know what the fuck that is, Brett. I don't know what the fuck that is. But thank you.
Don't give me love. Wisdom or pride, giving us satisfaction. Don't give me love.
I've had my share.
Beauty or rest, give me truth instead.
A crow flew to me, kept its distance. Such a proud creation. I saw it.
Lewis, drinking contest when you come back. I don't know if that's a good idea because when I'm in New Hampshire, I have to drive. So there's no trains there. So that's a bad idea. I don't have a designated driver for New Hampshire.
Old and wise, pierced right through my youth. I learned its ways and read its sense, but needed nothing it had.
Jessica says something like soda to chase down alcohol.
Don't give me love.
Don't give me faith,
Wisdom or pride.
By the way, Jessica, whatever, there was a potential romantic interest that I had. I shit you not. Not only did they not want to say that they were dating me, but they also asked, who is this Jessica woman that shows up in your streams, huh? Like what? You mean the... I thought you should know that your Dave actually showed up with a romantic interest of mine. I'd be jealous. I thought that was funny. Especially since you have a boyfriend. But anyway. Are you taking requests? No, I'm not. I'm sorry. But I appreciate it, long story short. Finish the bottle, Mr. Rossmann. I think that's a bad idea. There's almost none left. I never admit to my simphood, even my lowest days. Listen, man, I'm honest with you on this channel. I'll let you know the piece of shit I am. I haven't rode in a FSD beta car yet, James Pollock. Back to Nightwish. What's the song you played 5 minutes ago? Whoever's Something the Night by Nightwish. Are you talking about this? Whoever Brings the Night by Nightwish. Amazing should have put the amount of clout you get on your profile on Tinder. What clout are you talking about? Like 3,000 views of board repair video? I think I had my YouTube channel in my... I'm 99% certain my YouTube channel was the beginning of my Tinder. And then the rest of it was like what was my bio. But the thing, yeah, I'm just not a fucking interesting person. So that doesn't do shit. At the end of the day, what shows up first on Tinder is not that, your bio, it's your face. And my face is getting me a left. Like that's really... There's no fixing that. Focus on you. The women will come and go, but your success will always be there if you aren't out there chasing these women. True. At the end of the day, the reason that I focused on building a business and building a skill set and building a life for myself is if I don't get any women, at least I have a business, a reputation, a skill set, money, shit that I could use to buy a house somewhere. Admittedly, a shittier house than what I could have bought 3 years ago before the... Anyway, that's another rant altogether. But yeah, dating apps are trash, has been for 2 decades. Unless you're a 9 or a 10, the women there ain't going to be looking your way. Yeah, I'm like a 4. I'm not going to do well on a dating app. Yeah, dating apps are for people who are better looking. Did you define to yourself what you want, both short-term and long-term, in a relationship? What I would be looking for in a relationship is somebody that is looking for children, that is not one of those people that thinks that being in a relationship with somebody somehow undermines their own life, undermines their career, undermines their sense of independence. Somebody that wants to lift the person they're with up and simultaneously, like vice versa, have that person lift them up. I have no interest in an open relationship. I have no interest in polyamory. I have no interest in fooling around with somebody. I have no interest in casual sex. But again, like that's... Defining shit doesn't... If you're talking about a dating app, that doesn't really matter. What matters is what your face looks like. The problem with looking for a date through a catalog is that you're looking for a date through a catalog. Yes, correct. You look like a 50s beatnik at a poetry slam. I am not growing a goatee ever. I met a woman recently that thought I look much better when I don't shave. But there's two problems with that. A, I don't like what I look like when I don't shave. And B, I don't want to change the way I look for somebody who doesn't have any interest in me. When do you fully move into your place? Never. I never do. I don't know. I haven't figured out where I want to be yet. When I find the place I want to be. What do you think about mask mandates being dropped? Well, the reason that they dropped it is because they said that a mask is not sanitizing because it doesn't sanitize a surface. However, wearing a mask does help keep a surface sanitary even if it does not sanitize that surface. So it feels like that was a really subjective interpretation of it that is up to the interpretation of the individual judge. I don't know if the way that it was determined was particularly objective in nature or something that would stand up to the test of time. This is what is rotting your brain, says the person that spells what? W-U-T. And the person that spells your is U-R. Projection, bro. Your brain is fucking done for. You're talking like somebody that uses AOL chat in the year 2000. GTFO. Okay. In New Hampshire, it's legal to have a beer open in the front as you drive. So I've ridden a bike without the motor while drinking, but I've never been in a car with even one drink because I think the stakes are just too high. The stakes are too high in a car to even, I'm just not fucking with that. I also have an addictive personality, so I realize there's no such thing as one drink. Are you a simp, says William Martinez. I have been a simp before. You have no idea. It's really weird because there are some women where I've been the complete opposite of a simp, and there are some women where I've been a total simp. One moment. If you'll excuse me, I am going to take a piss in my shower. That's a lot of liquor. I'm sad the stream might be over soon. This was a hella cool stream. Thank you for saying that. The more you simp, the more they expect. Maybe. Stop simping, be red-pilled. I think it's a chicken and the egg thing. Like the people that I haven't simped for are people that were incredibly into me prior, and the people that I've simped for are people that would have never been for me anyway. Like the people that I simped for, people were, even if I didn't simp and I took a full Red Pill approach to it, I think the exact same thing would have happened. I could be wrong there. It's always possible I could be wrong. My experience has told me otherwise. Lol for dumping it all on Nightwish. What do you mean lol? Nightwish is awesome. There's nothing worth finding on Tinder. You know, I don't think that's true. There may be something worth finding on Tinder. I'm not going to say there's something wrong with the platform or the women on it. I'm going to assume that it's me. Because again, if I assume it's me, then I'm assuming it's something that I can change, that I have control over, versus something that I have no control over. And I prefer to think that I have control over my life. Do you do heroin? I have not done heroin in 11 years, but I did try heroin 11 years ago, 3 separate times, and never again. That shit was something else. I find you interesting. I'd love to have a conversation with you in person someday. Someday, Ann. Someday, Ann. But I feel like I disappoint.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Pee in shower, flush toilet anyway. My man. Indeed. Thank you. Your MGTOW, you don't know yet. I don't know. The problem I have with the MGTOW movement is this. A lot of the MGTOW movement, men going their own way, like they had a shitty experience with a woman because they chose the wrong woman and they fucked it up, and then they convince young men that they should not have experiences with women, that it's a waste of time for them to have experience with young women because they fucked up their experience. And I don't like how a lot of MGTOW people, they made a bad decision. They they put sperm into somebody they shouldn't have put sperm into, and now they are convincing everybody that they should not do it. That pisses me off. I understand a lot of the concerns of the MGTOW people. I understand the idea that, a woman could just decide one day, I don't like you anymore. I'm taking half your money. I'm taking your kids, and fuck you. That's a serious problem. And as somebody who, again, my dad was a sane human being, a good human being. My mother was absolutely fucking out of her mind, like objectively out of her mind. And he was told by attorneys, it's going to cost you at least $40,000 to keep custody of your kid. And he was broke. Like, trust me, I understand the concerns of MGTOW people. I really do. But I think what bothers me with MGTOW is when people have bad experiences with women and then try to convince young men that they should not seek out positive experiences, healthy experiences with women that are going to improve their lives because they had a bad experience. Time to upload some quality stories about Lewis dumping. Dumping what? What are you talking about, Sonny? You need to talk more to Destiny about open relationship. I didn't get a lot of time to discuss a lot with Destiny tonight because after the steak dinner, he had to go see a movie with his girlfriend. And I'm not really going to invade his fucking time and all that shit. He's a busy dude. But I did enjoy my dinner with him, and we had a couple of really interesting discussions. And I'm glad that he was willing to humor discussions with me. Destiny is somebody that is worth deleting your Twitch for. This camera is in the wrong position. It's pissing me off. Still in the wrong position, but I'll take it. What'd you drink? What I drank was this. There's still some left, but I'm going to save that for later because if I drink, this is the difference between me waking up tomorrow and being able to live a productive life and me waking up on Sunday. So, I have self-control. Haven't seen his girl lately on his channel. I do not have a girl. I don't believe you look bad at all. Am I missing something here? Yes, you are. Your name is Ron, which means you're a man. I'm not looking for men. I'm looking for women. So I don't really give a fuck what you think of what I look like. What matters to me is what biological women think of what I look like. Needs to use AOL chat so the internet scrapers don't contribute to big data. That's weird.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Better bachelor dude has lots of wisdom. Honestly, I don't care. I know this is probably weird, but If I have to change my personality according to what some red pill dude tells me in order to get women, I'm going to hate the women that I meet. Like, if I have to change my approach, if I have to change who I am, if I have to change how I talk to people in order to date somebody, I'm going to hate the person that I date just by virtue of the fact that that shit worked on them. I don't know if that makes any sense. Maybe that sounds spiteful. Maybe that's incorrect and rude and mean, and or maybe that's just me being short-sighted. But if any red pill shit, like if I have to read or learn red pill shit in order to interact with somebody, I don't want them. I literally don't want them. I think that I offer enough.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Are you happy now that you don't do repairs or earn in the shop at daily versus when you had a job? I would say no, but it's not because of by virtue of what I do or don't do. It's by virtue of the fact that the world seems to be going downhill. Whereas like 5 years ago, it seemed like 5 or 10 years ago, it seemed like the world was in an uphill trajectory. Even though I felt like I was in the back of a Ford F-150 truck being driven on the uphill trajectory, even though I was in the back of the truck, I still felt like I was wrapped in a rug in the back of the truck going somewhere good. Now I feel like I have a first-class seat on the Titanic as we go down. I don't know if that makes any sense. But to the red pill person who was commenting, like, if I meet a woman and she likes me as a result of me using red pill shit on her, I'm going to hate her. Like, I'm just going to fucking hate her. It's not going to work. Like, even if that actually did work, even if she actually did, wow, like, love me instead of, be repulsed by me the way, let's face it, most women actually are, that would, like, it wouldn't work. Like, the way I would see that is this. I have a successful business that I built from fucking nothing. I was broke. I came from 3 generations that had negative net worths that were worth literally nothing when it came to money, that never had a real job in their lives, to starting a fucking business that was successful in one of the most difficult cities to start a business in the country that was known worldwide. I'm trying to change the world in a positive way. I'm in decent shape. If I have to turn to some manipulative bullshit to get somebody to like me, I'm going to fucking hate him. Like, if the fact that I'm me is not enough, that's going to ruin my self-confidence. Even if that shit actually worked, I would hate the person that it worked on. I would hate them for the fact that it worked, and I would never be able to marry them. Does that make any sense? Now, that may seem short-sighted, that may seem selfish, that may seem arrogant, and perhaps that's true. Perhaps I am selfish, and perhaps I am arrogant. But at least I'm willing to admit it. Why in the shower and not in the toilet? That's an excellent question, but I don't have an answer right now. What was the happiest moment in your life? June 26th, 2006. My father and I moved away from my mother to our own apartment. We had no internet. We had no air conditioning. We had no cable.
Oh, sweet mercy.
We had an empty apartment with nothing. He actually is about you being your authentic self and never sell out. Problem is nowadays everyone is fake. Well, I don't sell out. I'm authentically me on every date that I'm on. Or every, date I ask to be on. But that's the downside. But thank you. I appreciate it. What was I saying? Shit, I was responding to something that's gone. The happiest moment. June 26th, 2006. My dad and I moved to this shithole apartment in the ghetto. We had no cable, no air conditioning, no internet, no furniture. We just laid down in a fucking garbage living room with a shitty floor that gave you splinters, and we enjoyed silence. Silence. Nobody yelling, nobody screaming, nobody telling you what a piece of shit you are, nobody telling you what a loser you'll be for the rest of your life, nobody telling you how evil you are. Just beautiful silence. It was the best day of our lives. I'll never forget it. It has been 16 years, and I'll never forget that day. It was beautiful. Just the feeling of being free. My dad will remember it too. I'll miss my dad when he's gone someday. But he remembers that day the same way that I do. And he knows why it was one of the best days of our lives. Are you 34? I'm 33.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Sorry, I meant to dig deeper with the happier now question. I'm in a position to quasi-retire too. I'm wondering if you feel fulfilled. I feel fulfilled in some ways and unfulfilled in others. I feel fulfilled when I meet people that actually have built something after, or had some inspiration after watching this YouTube channel and building some. Honestly, what makes me the most fulfilled is when somebody surpasses me, who he was a viewer. Like if somebody says, I started watching you in 2015. Here's where I am now. And I look at where they are now and it's like, wow, you're 10 years ahead of me. Fuck, that's like that stuff is what really fulfills me. And that's happened enough times to know that even if I go bankrupt, even if I fail at everything I've done, that I will be happy in my failure, knowing that I did something worthwhile for other people. Do you have any friends that could help with a dating app profile? Guys aren't usually good at that. I wouldn't want that, to be honest with you, because here's the way I'd see it. How do I put this? I know this is going to be weird, but if I want to be with somebody for the rest of my life, and I want to marry them, and I want to have kids with them, and I want to be with them for 50 years, I want them to like I should be able to sell myself. If I need somebody else to sell me, then I'm going to feel like they're dating them. So I'm just going to come up with the name of a woman. Let's say I have a best friend that's named Mary. She's female. And I suck at my dating app. And then she edits my dating app profile and then women like me. I would feel like those women don't like me. They like Mary. And I would hate every single one of those women as I meet them because they don't actually like me. They like Mary. Because Mary wrote my profile, not me. Does that make sense? That's not what I'm looking for. If I want a relationship with somebody, then I want a relationship with them, not the person that wrote my fucking profile. So I know the way my brain works, and I know that I would not be able to appreciate any of the reactions that I got from any of those women. I would resent them because I'd be thinking to myself the entire time, you would not like the real me. You're only liking the me that this person exposed you to. You're liking the piece of fiction that this person exposed you to, and I wouldn't be able to enjoy my time with them. Perhaps that's a flaw in me as a human being, and I'm open to accepting that. Do you smoke pit? No.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Is it strange to know that your videos helped me create my manuscript? The only thing I fix is the chapters I wrote. That's not strange at all. And I'm glad that you were able to write a manuscript. Nervous. I'm up to 220 in chat. I think people are obsessed with your brick wall. I don't know why people are obsessed with the brick wall. An experiment with Tinder found that the bottom 80% of men, in terms of attractiveness, are competing for the bottom 22% of women, and the top 78% of women are competing for the top 20% of men. You're reinforcing my decision to delete that application. Yeah, it's a waste. Hannah Anderson, who is a fan of the channel and watched regularly, and a moderator, said, I found it's not height that's a problem, but many are uncomfortable with a woman more successful than they are, kind of an ego thing. I respect Hannah Anderson and her comments because they've regularly been of high caliber. I will highly disagree with this. I have never met a woman and thought, you know what? You make twice my salary. I can't go out with you. I have never gone out with a woman that made even 30% of my salary. I would love to go out with somebody, not even that makes more than me. I would love to go out with a woman that makes even fucking 40% of what I earn. That's accomplished even 20% of what I've accomplished, because that means that they would actually be able to provide. That when I look at a house that's my dream house, that I can't afford myself, I might actually be able to afford it as a result of being with this woman. But that's never happened. The women that I've gone out with have been women that their net worth is like 8% of mine. Their salary is like 10 or 20% of mine. I've never met a man. I genuinely haven't. I appreciate if you have, but I've never met a man that said, I make 60,000 a year. This woman makes 150. I can't go out with that. That's never happened to me. Are there any men in this chat that are thinking to themselves like, I would not go out with a woman that makes 3 times what I do? I would love to go out with a woman that makes more than I do. That would be amazing. I would have no financial stress. I would not have stress about my future, my ability to pay property tax, my ability to pay for a house, my ability to provide for children. It would be great to not have all these stresses. I would love to go out with the CEO of Intel if the CEO of Intel were a woman. I'd love to go out with the CTO of AMD if that was a woman. That would be amazing. Like, there was honestly one of the best dates I've ever had. One of the best was with this woman that explained to me the reason that Samsung SSDs run hotter than Western Digital. She was going over the sector math that Western Digital drives use. And then she went over the sector math that Samsung's use. And then she explained why the Western Digitals were faster, why it was more efficient, and why they ran cooler. That was the sexiest thing I've ever experienced in my life. She took the waiter's pen and paper. She made more money than me, by the way, by a good margin. And she started writing down. I wish I could remember this, but I don't, because I have the IQ of a fucking kumquat, and she was smart. She explained to me what made that SSD work better. I swear, I damn near came my pants. I would have married that woman right then and there if she was open to it. I've never, like, this idea that women that make more money are not going to make as much, are not going to find men because their ego. That's not my reality. The reality that I've experienced is that women that make more money than me, I don't exist. Like, I literally don't exist. The women that make $400 or $800 or $1,000 a year or $1 million a year, like, a 5'10" dude, a 5'6" dude that probably has Asperger's, I don't exist. I don't know. I could be wrong. And I could also be viewing this just from my perspective. I'd love to meet women that make more than me. I'm open to dating. If you make more money than me and you want to date me, Lewis@RossmannGroup.com. Thank you, J.A. Jennings. I appreciate that. Trust me, my ego is more than happy to understand the idea that you'll be able to contribute more to the down payment in our dream house than I'll be able to. That's great for me. If you can afford a down payment on Vandersteen Model 7 speakers that I can only afford Vandersteen Model 3s. No big deal. If you're able to pay for dinner instead of me, that's great. If I could only afford a $40,000 car and you could afford a $200,000 car, I'll find a way to live with that with my ego. But I've never found that. I've found that women that make more money have no fucking interest in men that make less money. But I'm open to being proven wrong. Lewis@RossmannGroup.com is my email. If you make more money than me, I'll consider dating you. I'll date you. I'm happy to say yes to women that make more money than me. If you think you look bad, go to speed dating. It's for people that hate Tinder and want to have a chance if they don't look 10 out of 10. I've done a lot of speed dating, Ace. I think it's improved my social skills. However, I've never gotten a match from it because I'm a jackass. And I have a horrible personality. But I've been dating a woman who's my best friend for 8 years. I got lucky, but it can't happen to anyone. Just to find someone with similar interests you were attracted to. Maybe. That's the wrong RP vision. TR, you are using acronyms. I can't take you seriously. Ever consider the term red pill as an oversimplification? What do you think the term means, Hattie Langford? Beginning any gaming lately? Nope. Not at all selfish or arrogant. You should find someone where there's genuine mutual appreciation. Yeah, again, I just feel like if I have to edit who I am and for somebody to be attracted, I'm going to fucking hate him as a human being. I'd literally rather be alone than have to edit. Have to pretend I'm something else or play some stupid fucking game. Fuck that. I feel, again, maybe I'm being egotistical here, and feel free to tell me. I feel like I've accomplished enough with my fucking life, and I've done enough as a human being that I should not have to change who I am as a human being or edit or radically edit things in order to play some stupid game in order to attract people. Like, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not following somebody else's formula. Then again, I'm alone, so perhaps you should not be following my advice. Peeing in the shower is the responsible thing to do when you know you can't aim for shit. Usually the sink, but I don't know, Wes. We like people like you in Destiny because you're both principled. I think Destiny is a bit more principled than I am. I like the bike I ride, Dinosaur. It's not based on dinosaur fuel. Give me one moment to reload. I can hook you up with my sister. She lives in New York. I don't know if that's a good idea. Carrie Bart Kowayak is here. Hello, Carrie. She's a regular viewer. I also know she's watched Destiny before. Anne says I make more money than my husband, but respect him. That's good. You mentioned the SSD lady before. Stop making us all horny. How do you feel about Elon buying Twitter? I don't give two shits of a fuck. I've heard this claim, says Brett Holmes, but I've never heard of a man that wouldn't date a woman who earns more. I, too, have never met a man that would not date a woman who earns more. I know many men that have many financial anxieties that would probably give their left nut to date a woman that makes more than them. Again, ladies, if you think you make more than me, Lewis at RossmannGroup.com. I am single and my DMs are open. I don't know. It's just, I just don't believe that. I want to see the scientific evidence that men are genuinely less, that it's not that women are less interested in men that are broke, but that men really don't want to date women that make 3 times their income. Igor says the whole men don't date women who make more than them is absolute BS. The pathetic women tell themselves. I had a woman tell me recently that there was one woman that told me that she wanted to be on my level before considering being in a relationship. Like, that was one of the several reasons she gave. And I remember looking at her point blank and saying, like, you're never going to be on my level. And she goes, what? And I said, I mean, like, I see my job as a craft. I see my job as a passion. I would be doing what I do for fucking free just because I want to piss off Apple and show the world how to fix their shit. Even if I made no fucking money doing this, I would still do it. Maybe I would have 50 repair videos instead of 800, but I'd fucking do it. You have told me that you are doing what you do to make money. That's it. Just to make money. Your job is a job. When 5 o'clock comes, you punch out and you go to the beach or you live your life. As long as that is your mindset, you will never be on my level. Ever. And like, I just thought like that was hysterical. It's like, I mean, she had said, you know, like, I think men are intimidated by my income. And it's like, yo, you don't even make 6 figures. Are you serious? Like, again, no offense, to be clear. If you make less than 6 figures, that's fine. I don't care if you pump gas for a living. You do you if it allows you to feed your fucking family. But like, this idea, I don't know. There's some vanity to it. Like, it's kind of, like when men say, I only attract crazy women. That's what it is. I'm so unlucky. It's like, no, it's not. You seek out crazy women. Just be honest with yourself. I've done the same shit. Just be honest with yourself. It's like, men are intimidated by my success. It's like, no, maybe your personality sucks. Maybe your personality sucks. Maybe you're incredibly condescending.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I don't. Listen, I always assume that when I fail with women, that it's me. I don't assume women are intimidated by X, Y, and Z. No, I figure I suck. Because the thing is, again, this is what goes back to what I mentioned 2 hours ago in the stream. If you assume it's your fault, then you have control over it. If you assume it's other people, you don't have control over it. You get to feel better. You get to feel a little bit more vanity, like it's not your fault, but you also don't have control over fixing it. When people say, you know, like, men are intimidated by my salary, again, it appeals to your vanity. It appeals to your ego because it's not your problem, but it also means you have no control over fixing that. I would suggest that if you make $300,000 a year and the man that you like only makes 60, I don't think he really minds that you make 6 times his salary, 5 or 6 times his salary. Why do you still wear weird mics in your face? Why do you spell W-E-A-R as W-H-E-R-E? Where the fuck did you go to school? Holy shit. You're actually causing me to twitch with rage. Do you actually think women respect their husband or boyfriend if they have a much better career in education? It's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. You may respect what he stands for. You may respect what he's shooting for. Like, if I date a woman that makes $400,000 a year or $600,000 a year, but she's not really trying to change the world in any tangible way, and I am, maybe she respects what I'm shooting for. Maybe she respects what I'm aiming for. Maybe she respects that I started with nothing and try to build something out of it. And I tried to build something that betters people's lives in some way, shape, or form. Maybe she'll respect what I stand for, even if she doesn't respect my salary, you know? But again, I could be just talking out of my ass here. I don't know what the fuck what women are looking for in men. Can you truly love someone if all it takes is their net worth to lose interest in them? If that was the case, then you probably never truly loved them. You know, I met this woman a while back that I was also investing time into recently with horrible results, that said, like, it's not what you make that's attractive. It's the person you have to be in order to make that money that's attractive. So it's not like you make $200,000 a year that's attractive. It's, this is what you had to do to make $200,000 a year. This is the person you had to be. This is the discipline you had to have. This is the work that you had to put in. This is the commitment that you needed. And it's all those qualities that made you attractive. But then again, this could also be bullshit. especially considering this is a person that never wanted to commit to a relationship after 14 years. I wear all these luggable mouses like no other. Any longevity tips? Even with cleaning and ultrasonically bald, they still get gritty and wear out after 5 or 6 months. I just buy a new one when that happens, because the old ones, what I'll do is I use a Q-tip and some Uvex and nothing will work, and a microfiber, nothing will work, so I wind up buying a new one. I've bought a new one 3 times in the past 4 years, which is not great, but it's not horrible either. I'm sorry, I don't have a better. Can any of your friends be your wingman? Probably not. Lewis, come back to Nashville, will be your wingman. I have only, I don't know, are there like single women in Nashville in New Hampshire? I don't think so. Lewis, any YouTubers that you watch that would surprise us or just find really interesting that's outside your typical interests? I thoroughly enjoy the work of Destiny. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. I enjoy his work. I can't answer the same question over and over, Patrick Teague. I'm assuming you're trolling at this point. Why would a man want to put himself in a subordinate position by getting involved with a more powerful and wealthy woman? Yo, man, I got no problem dating somebody that makes more money than me. Listen, women that make $500,000 a year, I welcome you. Listen, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. I know what I'm trying to do for the world. I know what I'm trying to accomplish. I know what I'm looking to do. If the woman that I'm with makes more money than me for whatever reason, I don't care. Trust me, I don't care. Lewis, remember to hydrate. You're right, I gotta hydrate. No more. We finished a good amount of Fireball, did we not? Lewis said it best a few videos ago. Live your best life and don't worry about relationships. I wouldn't say don't worry about relationships. I would just say prioritize living your best life, and then relationships come second. At the end of the day, even if you wind up without a relationship, at the very least, you have a base with which to buy a house, have money to be able to feed yourself,
Oh,
your
sweet
future family.
mercy.
What happened to Erica? I was the break FX guy from the Nashville bar. I also hope you're doing well. We broke up because we were not romantically compatible. I tried numerous times over 2.5 years, and I could not fake something that did not work. She's a great human being. She's a great woman. She's a lovely person. I hope she finds a man that is of higher quality and higher caliber than me. If she finds a man that's higher quality and higher caliber than me, I'll happily show up to her wedding. I'll show up to her baby shower. I wish the best of her. I really do. I hope she finds a guy that's better than me, and I also hope she finds a man that she's romantically compatible with. But that is not me, so that had to end. Also, hope you're doing well, Nashville man.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Come on, clearing ball cycle once a week. My MX works like a charm. You know, I have my old one, and I've cleaned it like 1,000,000 times, and it doesn't work, but this one does. Also, your name is shit. I appreciate the 25 puns, but that name is bullshit. Come on, what are you, fucking 6 years old? Get the fuck out of here with that. But yeah, I have another one where I've cleaned it over and over, and the sensor just doesn't work, and the ball just doesn't work. Are you afraid of selling yourself short? I'm not afraid of selling myself short. I know what I am. I think I'm a decent value human being. I think I've left a good mark in the world. I think I run a successful business that I started from jack shit. I think that's a difficult thing to do. But I also am careful of not having an ego. I'm careful of not thinking that I'm better than I am or some sort of god. You know, a lot of people that get a lot of subscribers on YouTube start to think that they're a god because they let their comment section juice them up. And like, I try to avoid that shit altogether. Are you a fan of Northridge Fix? I am not. I'm a fan of the fact that he is getting people into component level repair. If his videos get people that otherwise would not have been a fan of component level repair to enjoy component level repair, then Northridge Fix is doing an amazing job. Unfortunately, every single time I've heard him mention me, he's going out of his way to take my intentions out of context in order to portray me as some sort of immoral piece of shit. And that bothers the fuck out of me. But I need to separate what it is about him that bothers the fuck out of me with the potential good that he will do for the community as a whole. My petty disdains, my petty social issues that I have with other people can never take priority over the ultimate good that can happen as a result of somebody's actions. And if him fixing a large array of devices and putting it on camera will result in other people realizing that they may be able to do the same thing and getting other people inculcated into the craft, then by all means, I wish him the best of success. And I wish his business success, I wish his life success, I wish his family success, and I wish them all a lot of happiness. It's unfortunate that we've gotten off on the wrong foot. It's unfortunate that that people, I don't have any nerdy jokes, I don't tell jokes. It's unfortunate that people that otherwise would, maybe if we just met on different circumstances and different terms, would have gotten along and been friends and everything else, kind of hate each other. But life is life, and there's not really much you can do about it. And sometimes I kind of try to fly above myself and try to think about what things would have been like in different circumstances. But at the end of the day, if his business does well, if his business does well,
Oh, sweet mercy.
his business does well for customers, then that means that customers will be happy with the idea of repair, and it's better for all of us. And if he gets people into what we all do, then more power to him. Best of luck to him, to his family, to his friends, to his business, and everything. I'm sure you're busy owning a business. However, have you played any video games? I have not. I answered your question earlier when you asked it in the free chat, and I have not. I'm sorry. I feel bad that you didn't hear my answer before because now you gave $5 for no reason, and I don't have a good answer for you. How come you are single? I am single because the demand for a relationship with Lewis is far lower than the supply. The supply of Lewis's that can be in a relationship is 1. The demand for a relationship with Lewis's is 0. So the law of supply and demand is such that I am single. There is a supply of 1 of Lewis's in the market. However, there is a demand of 0 from females that are looking for a relationship with Lewis. So that is the way it works. It is a law of supply and demand. Basic economics, as Thomas Sowell would say. What happened to Erica? Erica is gone. Erica is gone. You can go and ask Erica what's going on. I don't know what's going on because I don't put an air tag on her. I don't follow. Next. I am very, very small, partially Hungarian, Megusa, but you can't spell my name. That's really stupid. Aber said you literally just put out a video saying this isn't your passion or hobby or something you even enjoy. I don't know what that means because your statement, Aberdeham, has 0 context. There's no context in that statement for me to be able to understand what you mean. So when you say, what is this? I need to understand what this is. What is this? And also the fact that you put the word literally in there means that either A, you're a millennial, or B, you're mad. And I don't know what you're mad at because there's no context in your statement for me to figure that out. I want a rich, crazy girlfriend now. Best of both worlds is Seal. Good luck with that. Even if I married a woman who made more than me, it would be a prenuptial agreement. You know, I talked to someone at one point that owned a piece of land that said if they built a house on it, they would want a prenuptial agreement so that it could not be taken from them by their husband. Which I found strange, because the woman that I was particularly talking with was a woman that, from what I
sweet
understand,
mercy.
has a net worth approximately 7% of mine, even including the value of the land. Buy some Bitcoin. Great job. I'm not taking part in the consensual Ponzi scheme at this point in time, but thank you, person with a name that is filled with consonants I cannot pronounce. I appreciate the 50 zix. I will never get into programming, nor will us. Just graduated FIT. Should I stay in New York or look for work in LA? Where would you go? I would go where the money is, and I would go where the purpose is. I have no idea what that is because I've never worked in fashion in my life. You don't really seem that drunk. The reason I don't seem that drunk is because I have a very strong history of alcoholism in my family, which is why I usually don't drink. So even though I had all of this fireball
Sweet
over the
mercy.
past 2.5 hours or 3 hours, I don't seem drunk because I'm very, very used to and accustomed to inhaling large amounts of alcohol, which is probably not a good thing, but it's unfortunately reality. Maybe I haven't dug enough, but have you laid in DJI? I have not. I don't care much about it. I build and fly hobby FPV drones, and DJI's anti-repair practices are infuriating. I haven't, unfortunately, and I cannot explain why it is I don't care. I don't have a rational reason for it. I apologize. If she makes more money, does not automatically mean she has more power in the relationship. I'm going to say something that's going to be very unpopular. You shouldn't focus on who has power in a relationship. You really shouldn't. Like, playing these games are like, I'm an alpha, I'm on top, I'm not going to be cornered, all that shit. Like, just don't do that. It's going to fucking ruin your chances at happiness. And it's going to ruin your chances with people that actually would have made you happy over the course of your life. The more you're focusing on power in a relationship, the less you're focusing on being happy in it. And if you're with somebody that you feel like you need to focus on power, instead of focusing on being more powerful or being on top of what you need to be the powerful one, fucking leave and find somebody that's not going to do that shit to you. Thank me later. Thank me later. Just fuck that. Like, I can't deal with that shit. I really can't. Lewis will be your wingman, says Jessica, whatever. That's pointless. Being my wingman is not going to do jack shit. We are in a Destiny content drought since he's been traveling in New York. I got some Destiny content tonight. I tried to get Destiny to take his girlfriend to see Wicked, the musical. I've seen that with Miss Fox, with Rachel Tucker, with Idina Menzel. Every time they change the alphabet in Wicked, I go see it again. Also, I love Cirque du Soleil. I like it, admittedly, because I had a celebrity crush on Ruby Lewis, which is really fucking dumb, but I did anyway because I have a crush on stupid shit. But I shouldn't call Ruby Lewis stupid shit. I'm sorry if she's watching this. Ruby Lewis is fucking amazing singer. But I've seen Cirque du Soleil's Paramore like at least 5 times just to see Ruby Lewis over and over again. What an amazing show! What an amazing performer! I wish I could have been working at Avatar Studios when Roy Hendrickson was recording that album, but I've seen that over and over. And he seemed like he had the same problem that Steve does at the store. He never takes his wife out to go anywhere. She always wants to go places. He never does. She calls him a grandpa. And like she said that Destiny never wants to go anywhere or do anything. So I was like, yeah, go to this show. And he had this face on like, why are you telling my girlfriend to go see a show? I don't want to go see a goddamn Broadway show. But I think that he should take her to see a show. And I had suggested that they go to see a Cirque du Soleil show or see Wicked, because I've enjoyed Wicked every time I see it. And my favorite has been with Rachel Tucker. Rachel Tucker has been the best Alphabet that I've ever seen. I don't know if she's still the one that's playing Alphabet at this point in time. I hope it is, because the person that was playing Alphabet after Rachel Tucker was nothing even remotely close to Rachel Tucker. But I don't know. Maybe they'll see a show. Maybe they'll see a show before he leaves. I forget what the fuck I was talking about there. I'm wasted. The fireball has done its job. The fireball has done what it is supposed to do. It has taken my brain and turned it into a piece of mush. Do you think Windows contributes to global warming? No, I don't. When will you be moving to New Hampshire? If I find a house that I like, and if I decide that that is the place that is best. How much do you make? That's none of your fucking business. Why is crypto a consensual Ponzi scheme, as you put it? Because people are willing to put a bunch of their money into something that makes no sense, and they make up reasons as to why it makes sense, which are usually just trying to validate pre-existing things that they believe to be true because they want to get rich, rather than because it makes any sense. How stupid is buying broken stuff on eBay with the intention of fixing it for profit? Very stupid, because on Craigslist, people work together to bring the price down. On eBay, people are constantly bidding and competing to bring the price up. So on eBay, you could buy something for $410 that has a resale value of $430 when it works, and you spend $410 for it to be broken, and everything on it could be wrong. So buying stuff on eBay that's broken, hoping to fix it 99% of the time is a bad fucking idea.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Go get a burrito or something. It's important to eat while drinking, and of course stay hydrated. It is 3 a.m. There is nobody making burritos at 3 a.m. There is no food available. In this neighborhood, there's nothing. I live in the fucking ghetto. There's nobody that's making burritos at 3 a.m. Well, at least here I live in the ghetto. The king who has to proclaim he is king is no king at all. Tywin Lannister right there, speaking through Jessica whatever. Saddest dude says, man, one day I'm going to have the balls to actually rope myself until my dead body pisses itself. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. I'll be honest with you. You know, I probably wouldn't be saying this without being drunk, and I'm probably going to regret saying it later, but I've thought of doing that before. When my supply company failed, I had been working from 7 in the morning till 11 p.m. at night every day for a year and a half. And after a year and a half of doing that, I was worth less money than I was at the very beginning. I wanted to do the exact same thing. I thought about that. What if I just fucking jumped off the Williamsburg Bridge? My life is 10 times better now than it was 11 or 12 years ago. And like, I would have never seen it at the time. Like, I've thought of doing that more times than you can imagine. You have no idea. But the thing is, life gets better. And the thing is, you're never going to be around to experience it because there's a little chemical that's flowing through your head right now that's telling you that this is the worst, that this is as bad as it's going to be and it's never going to get better. The problem is this, and I don't expect you to believe me. Feel free to not believe me. But that chemical is a fucking liar. It's a chemical. Chemicals are dumb. Chemicals tell you how to feel, but they don't tell you what reality is, and they don't tell you what the future is. Chemicals cannot predict the future, but your brain works on chemicals. And when that little chemical flows through that makes you want to jump off the Williamsburg Bridge, it's not real. It doesn't know what the future is going to be. It doesn't know that 5 years from now, your life is going to turn around radically and you're going to be happier than you ever could have been. Just something to think about.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Not a millennial and not mad. I just enjoyed your video about passion versus careers and was poking you about your comment that you did this for free. Hello, Aberdeen. How are you? Do you think drinking alcohol is worth it? I feel like it's dumb, honestly. You know what? It probably is dumb. And it's probably something I'm doing because it's a genetic addiction to the chemical that sometimes I fall for when my life is falling apart. There are several generations of my family that have drank way too much alcohol than they should. Some of them are in their 70s and they have not gotten past it. I've gotten past it enough to start a good business, live a good life. But every now and then I'll down a bottle of alcohol. Not all the time, but every now and then. Lewis, don't get taken advantage of. Anyone who has no real things they like and just copy you. Get ready for them to turn wild, abusive after 6 months. I almost got shot by a lazy boyfriend. That sounds horrible. I'm sorry to hear that, AF 1892. I'm sorry. At least you're able to still speak coherently while drunk. I don't think I'm speaking coherently right now. I think I'm talking out of my ass, to be honest with you. Power is a stupid game. True! True. Power is a stupid game. I tried very hard to convince somebody of that, but I failed. And at the end of the day, I should not care. But I do, because my brain is dumb. It's so sad seeing Lewis like that, says somebody with a retarded name. Please change your name. That's so dumb. Global warming is liberal hoax. You sound retarded, Red Rider. That is absolutely retarded. Now, you could say the idea that we need to radically destroy the world as it is and like run around with like chickens without a head rather than focus on mitigation, that's one thing. But no, global warming being liberal hoax is pretty retarded. Did you ever get your new framework laptop after yours got stolen? No. I don't reward myself for bad behavior. So when I got my framework laptop stolen by not paying attention to the bag and leaving the restaurant without focusing on it, I did not reward myself by spending $1,000 to $2,000 buying a new one. What I did is I went back to my old ThinkPad P50 that has some hardware issues, and I dealt with it. And when I deal with that ThinkPad P50 with hardware issues, what I'm thinking of in my head is, watch your stuff. Don't let it fucking get stolen. I'm not going to reward my bad behavior by spending more money. That's not what I didn't learn that. I miss netbooks. That form factor was, no, I said, who wants a laptop with an 8-inch screen? That shit was horrible. Are you nuts? A laptop that has no power, an 8-inch screen, garbage resolution. That shit sucks.
Oh, sweet mercy.
What's your dream car? Make, year, model, and color. A Mercedes S580 with an electric motor, 400 to 500 miles of range, that costs $60,000 or less. Lewis, don't get taken advantage of. Anyone that has no real things they like and just copy you, get ready for them to turn wild, abusive after 6 months. I almost got you. Oh, I read that one already. Oh, boy. You give great advice when you're drunk. This should happen more often. I don't think I do. I think I give horrible advice when I'm drunk that you think is good advice because you're in a bad place in your life.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Considering single moms with kids, plenty of them. I have zero desire to date single moms. No offense to single moms, best of luck with you with your life, but I just don't. Like if I'm dating somebody and they say, "Oh, by the way, I have a kid," it's like, "Oh, by the way, okay, like, go date the father of your kids." Like I'm not getting involved with that shit. I'm not getting involved with that. Crypto is a conceptual Ponzi scheme. What kind of bullshit is this? Like, just read the way people invest in like 99% of these random shit coins. They have no idea what the fuck any of these things are. Maybe it's time to stretch out and catch a nap. Maybe it's time to stretch out and catch a nap later. What are you sipping on? Fireball, but I've ended it for the evening. If you're a Democrat, please wear a dunce cap. That's very ideologically possessed because there are many Republicans that are happy to fuck over the American population while laughing at them. One example was the person that voted against right to repair while wearing a Scrooge McDuck tie in Nebraska 2 weeks ago. Like, there's a lot of Republicans that suck balls. There's a lot of Democrats that suck balls too. But they just avoid the ideological oversimplifications. If there's anything you learn from this channel, if there's anything you take away from this, and I get that you're not, because it's 2022. Like if I had tried to get this message out like 8 years ago, maybe, but it's too late for that shit now. The ideological oversimplifications will radically fuck up your life. Avoid them as much as you can. Avoid narratives that convince you that the world is simpler than it is and that the solutions are simpler than they are. Like that's, if there's any piece of advice that could ever come across from this channel, it's that. But I know that that's the piece of advice that I'm the least likely to be able to get across to anybody. And I understand where you're coming from. COVID turned me into a much more of a one-issue voter. Like seeing all the riots and all that shit, and combined with like the fucking demonization of anybody that wanted to like just be able to live their life or run a business. Like, trust me, I get it. But at the same time, avoid the ideological oversimplifications. They're usually cancer, and they turn off people's brains. And they lead to conflict that doesn't have to exist. Would you go on Joe Rogan? I would, but I've emailed many times and I've never heard back, and I'm not going to spam them. Don't know if you've been asked, but have you seen Destiny's Convos with Mr. Girl? If so, what do you think of him? I have not seen any of them with Mr. Girl. I haven't really had enough interest in Mr. Girl to give a shit about Mr. Girl or give a fuck about any of that, so I haven't watched it. If you think what you're saying is coming out of your ass, those are very sophisticated mouth farts you're making. No, I don't think that's the case. You need to go on Joe Rogan. No, I really don't. I can email somebody over and over again, and I'm not going to spam the fuck out of them to show up on the show. I'm not going to invite myself. That's not right. I've listened to Joe Rogan's show before, and I found it interesting. But again, like, I'm not going to constantly email somebody. Like, I'm not going to spam somebody. You know? Like, after 4 or 5 times, that's spamming. But I'm willing to talk about the stuff that I talk about with almost anybody.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Did you use Tinder in New York City? I did. After I got to 18,000 swipes and 0 matches, I gave up. To swipe on 18,000 different women and get 0 matches must mean that I am so fundamentally unattractive to women that there's absolutely no point in bothering. It's either one of two things. Either A, the app is a giant scam, or B, the app works, but I'm so fundamentally disgusting and unattractive to women that there's no point in continuing forward. Whichever one is the case, I uninstalled the application and moved on with my life, focused on my business, focused on my YouTube channel, focused on my right to repair activism, focused on, becoming better at my craft, because that I could control. Like, whereas the other shit I couldn't. So, like, I'm not going to fucking waste time, I'm not going to fucking get arthritis doing this shit all day for no reason. Fuck that. Let's see. Do you think the global economy will collapse? I don't know. What's your take on Elon Musk? I don't know. I think Elon Musk is, he's a scammer, but that just enough times he manages to actually do what he's saying that he kind of fucks up people's bullshit detector. Like, there's just enough times that he gets shit right that he fucks up people's bullshit detector. I think you should seek mental help. I have terrible mental health, which has led to alcoholism. My mental health is just fine. Actually, who am I kidding? It's completely fucked. But that's not something that's ever been fixed by mental help.
Oh, sweet
past.
mercy.
So I don't see any reason that it would fix it in the future. Tinder algorithm incentivizes men paying for gold. Yes, I was indeed one of the simps, and I will admit to being a simp that paid the $15 a month for unlimited swipes so that I could actually do an experiment and swipe 18,000 times to see if I got a single match. 18,000 swipes, 0 matches, has convinced me that that's not for me. There are other things in my life that I will be successful at, but not Tinder. There are things that I will be successful at, but not dating, such as life. There are many people that are successful in dating that are not successful at everything
sweet
else.
mercy.
I'm successful at everything else. Built an amazing business, amazing YouTube channel, amazing skill set, decent bank account. Hey, you don't get to have everything. Okay, Gunnar Etchinson is now copying and pasting the same comment, so I will time you out because it's annoying to read copied and pasted shit. Ask them to Google your net worth in your Tinder bio. Yeah, that's not going to do jack shit. That's not going to do jack shit. Also, Sonny, what the fuck are you watching for 4 hours? Can you dunk on James Harden? I don't know who that is.
Oh, sweet
What's
mercy.
your best advice for starting a repair channel? Start. Start immediately. Ask for money for the headache. Hope you're good. My head is doing very well. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow, what you stop, what you reinforce. That is 100% correct. That is why it's very important. If you feel like you are being mistreated, if you feel like something is not working, that you end it. One of the things I find important is when somebody tells you, no, this really is working, you know you should really accept a situation that you don't want to accept.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Don't feel like Rakita Law says, I've been meaning to contact you forever. We'll love to chat. Respect your dedication. Holy shit, that's $100. By the way, my chat loves you, Rakita Law. I don't know why. No offense. I'm not saying you shouldn't be loved, but they fucking love you. Lewis@fighttorepair.org. Send me an email, my friend. Lewis@fighttorepair.org. We will arrange something and we will get it done. My apologies for not getting something done. I will completely fucking forget about this tomorrow morning because I have almost finished a bottle of Fireball tonight. So please do email me because tomorrow I will forget this. But yeah, what was I at before that? Yeah, that's way too much money. I don't deserve that. I haven't earned that. What was I talking about before that? Once your boundary has been crossed or once something's just not working for you, don't allow the other party's rationalization to get in your head. Just listen. If it's not working for you, it's not fucking working. You end it. You walk away. Like, I've walked away from women that were absolutely beautiful, that had their careers in order, because they wanted me to accept something that was fundamentally unacceptable to me. And it didn't work. And I fucking left. And like sometimes those women will come back and say, no, let's try again. Let's do this, let's that. Like, you need, again, at the end of the day, people will do to you what you're willing to accept from them. That is true. That person who said what he said that I was talking about prior to Rakita Law's donation is correct. You teach people by what you reinforce. Boundaries are very important. You need to set boundaries. Those boundaries may result in you being a lonely, miserable, cynical, jaded prick. But it's better than being a lonely, jaded, cynical, jaded, miserable simp.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Next time, drink a bottle of Stolichnaya. I don't want to throw up, man. I don't want to puke. If you could alter your career path, what changes would you make? I don't know. How are you still on? Actually, how the hell are you still alive? Says Wong Wei. I am energetic, my friend. Stop repeating yourself. Kaiju Blue, that's annoying. Repeating gets timed out and banned. What TV show do you recommend? I really enjoyed 24. That was a good show. Watch every season. Block out a couple of weeks of your life. I'm a truck driver, and the trucking industry is really on the wrong end of right to repair as well. I had a $3,000 repair all because of one stupid sensor had to be coded to the truck. That sucks. Email me about it. Lewis at fighttorepair.org. I'd love to go over it. Give me some details. Zero match is what? Yeah, that's wrong. That's not wrong. It's not wrong. People have the right to their preferences. And 18,000 people's preference was, not me. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Ever go on Omegle? That's not a word. What the fuck does that even mean, Spiritful? That's not a word. Tinder works a bit when you waste money on it. I have wasted money on it. It doesn't work. That shit works when you're good looking. Let's see. Gunnar continues with the copied and pasted trash that he's been copying and pasting for an hour. Holy fuck, he just keeps copying and pasting. He's a madman. Only to start attempting to repair a Tesla. I am not Rich Rebuilds, man. Ask Rich Rebuilds to do that. You know what would be cool? Me fixing a Tesla while Rich Rebuilds fixes a MacBook. That would be an interesting stream. Steel Wing, just stop. You know what? I'm literally just going to time that out. I know that that's not the right thing to do. I know it's not fair, but I don't even care. I'm just going to time stupid shit out. Slavbot, that's not a selling
sweet
point.
mercy.
Saying you're Lewis Rossmann in a fucking Tinder bio is not a selling point. You're making a difference and that's cool. Rip Tim Furyk. Rip Tim Furyk. Thank you, Steel Zeppelin. Minnesota Law chiming in. Hello. What the fuck are people doing giving Google $100? I don't know. Am I selfish for saying I'm not mad at that? Like, I don't pay myself from Repair Preservation Group, but I do pay myself from this. So, you know what? I'll be selfish for a moment.
Sweet mercy.
I've done so much fucking work for that nonprofit for $0 that I will honestly happily take somebody donating directly to me for a change. Many people in New York City buy boosts and no views. Yeah, I tried that app in New Hampshire too. I had the same shit. But again, that has to do with me rather than the area or the app. I am open to the idea that I'm unattractive. I think you give good advice, not just because you're drunk, because when you're drunk you give less shit of others' opinions. I don't think I give a crap about others' opinions in general. I think you need to not care about other people's opinions if you start a YouTube channel that gets to this point and you still talk on it. Have you finished the bottle yet? I haven't. I stopped at this point because here's the thing. I drank this, right? And this was good. This was some good shit. The difference between drinking this and this is the difference between being sick. So drinking this is fun. Drinking this plus this will be sick. So I'm done. I have self-control. An alcoholic, but an alcoholic with self-control. I don't know what the fuck Omegle is. I haven't seen Mike Tyson airplane punch videos.
Oh, sweet mercy.
You're the most genuine and honest person I know. That's because you know yourself, Sonny. You fucking con ed reselling fuck. I'm not going to get into that on live stream. It's clickbait. Lewis ain't drunk yet. Hello, Aryan Rivera. My apologies for routinely signing you up for or asking you to sign up for ideas that I was not able to monetize. I know that you're a talented human being, and I'm sorry that I was never able to make proper use of your talents in a way where I could compensate you.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Gunnar, oh my god, you're still asking oh my god, you're still spamming the same shit. Holy fucking shit, Gunnar Enixon. Cut this shit. It's not that you're not good looking, it's Tinder's a scam. Trust me, this whole algorithm is a scam, unless you're a woman, there's better apps. Listen, I know lots of men that have gotten dates off Tinder, so listen, for my ego, it would be easy for my ego to say the app is a scam, it's a lie. I know way too many men that have gotten dates off Tinder. Like, I can't say that. I'd love to be able to say that. But I can't lie. Again, you can lie to the world. You can lie to your parents. You can lie to your investors. You could lie to your friends. You could lie to your girlfriend. Don't lie to yourself. Never lie to yourself. Listen, Eli, the computer guy. Where are the cats? The cats are at the store. Also, thanks for doing what you do. Well, you're welcome to doing what I'm doing, whatever the fuck I'm doing. Now, you know, it would be cool if you went on Joe Rogan and talked about right to repair. You know, I've tried to go on Joe Rogan, but I've never gotten a response. And since it's been 5 years, I'm not going to keep emailing because that seems kind of silly. Do you avoid ideologically loaded discussion with dates? No, I mentioned them on day one.
Oh,
If
sweet
it's not
mercy.
going to work, I want to figure out on day one that our relationship is destined to fucking fail. I am not wasting my time with anybody. I'm 33. I'd like to have kids someday. No way in hell. Who'd you vote for? How was your childhood? What do you think of COVID? What do you think of BLM? What do you think of right to repair? What do you think of everything? I want to know. I want to, like, do we have the ability to disagree? Let's figure that out. I look up to you every day and try to help people in my own way. I don't know why the fuck you look up to me, son. You got to get some better role models. But I appreciate it. Thank you. But for fuck's sake, look up to somebody worth looking up to, not me.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Maybe you should spend the money on the framework as a way to punish yourself and support the company. Also, I find meeting women in person easier than online dating. I find meeting women in either of them to be virtually impossible. However, I am not going to spend money on a framework because I feel like the way to properly punish myself is to not spend the limited funds on that. Also, I don't know if New York State is going to try to take 200 to 300% of my net worth after this audit, so I feel like I should be spending my money very conservatively in the case that New York State decides that they are going to take 200 to 300% of the value of my business, which may very well happen because they've dragged on this
sweet
audit for
mercy.
7-8 months and pointed out certain technicalities that I think are, in my opinion, unfair, which is why I'm drinking liquor that costs $16 rather than something else. Thank you very much, I776. I highly appreciate that. What do you suggest for people who continue gaming if they enjoy it or rather do something productive? I would game just enough to be able to keep your mental sanity, but spend your time doing something else that is productive in the real world as well. If gaming allows you to enter a better mental state of mind so that when you go to work, you can be more productive, do it. But don't game with your entire fucking day. Fauci is a fraud. COVID is a hoax. You sound like a retard, Devling. I'm sorry. If you don't like Fauci, that's fine. But COVID is a hoax. You're a fucking dumb piece of shit. Now, if you want to say that we should not have responded to COVID by shutting down every business, I agree with you. If you're saying vaccines shouldn't have been mandated, I agree with you. If you think that COVID is a hoax, you're fucking stupid, man. I don't know what to tell you. If you're ever around my area, Hong Kong, or step foot in New York, I can do some nice portraits for dating apps. Honestly, if I have to pay somebody money to take a picture of me because I can't take a picture of myself because I'm so fucking ugly, the way that my mind works, the women that I meet, if that worked, I would not, if the women actually, I would hate them. I know this is weird, but I would actually hate them. If I had to go through that level of fucking work to get a woman, I would not even want the woman at that point. I met my girlfriend after using Cupid for 2 days. Been together for 6 years. You are probably a considerably more mentally stable or more attractive human being than I am. Or luckier, but I'm guessing more mentally stable or more attractive. Okay, continuing on. Your voice is soothing. I think I'm going to fall asleep to it. Thank you. Where's Clinton? I don't know. I don't have an AirTag on him. This folding chair really does make a lot of squeaking. Keep your schedule book full and you can't fail. Huh? What's Fireball? It sounds like a sexually transmitted disease of the scrotum. It feels like one too, but it is a cinnamon whiskey. Some good shit. I am 10 minutes behind on chat. Have you even thought to living in Miami? Miami is insanely close to New York City in price, in homelessness, in a lot of things. I don't know. I asked Destiny
sweet
why he lives
mercy.
in Miami, and his reason was his girlfriend lives there. Please put this towards treatment of stage 4 imposter syndrome. Thank you, Felice, for the $10. What happened? Are you okay? I was okay before my live chat started using all caps. Stay single until somebody compliments your life in a way that
Oh,
it makes
sweet
it's
mercy.
better to not be single. I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm sorry to hear about the audit. I'm more of a Jameson fan than Fireball. I don't know why. I don't like Jameson at all. It sounds like a very high class drink, but when I drink it, it doesn't do anything for me. It tastes horrible. I think a lot of people just assume you're rewarded for your episodes because of subscriber count. Would you ever consider doing merch? I've done some merch, but nobody buys it. Further, there's a thing on YouTube where you can list merch under your videos, and a lot of the merchandise that I've made has not been approved after 3 weeks. But also, I could be doing work to sell it, but it's just, I'm not passionate about selling t-shirts and fucking mugs or anything like that. I do think there are people that think that my net worth is equal to my subscriber count, and it is not.
Oh,
Particularly
sweet
given
mercy.
that 99% of my subscribers don't watch anything. Bedtime yet. It is not bedtime until I throw up, which is coming soon, but not yet. Mention never get married. You want divorce, broker, suicide. We talked about this earlier in the video, where one of the biggest problems I have with MGTOW, and I have a lot of agreements with MGTOW, but one of the biggest problems I have with MGTOW is that people that have failed with women because they made bad decisions will then discourage the next generation from having meaningful relationships with women, which I think is a great disservice to the next generation. Just because you made the mistake and put your dick in a crazy does not mean that the next generation should not engage with women. Building an e-bike thanks to you. I just hope it doesn't end up like a unit pack power bike. Buy an EM3 EV battery and you will not have a unit pack power bike. Do some drunk dialing. Hell no. Somebody asked, why did I throw my phone? The reason I threw my phone is because I was this close to doing some simp shit with my phone. So if my phone is on the other side of the room and I can't find it, and I'm going to puke before I get to it, it'll keep me from making a phone call that I would want to make, but that's bad to make. And that's a good thing. Where is Erica? Wow, you're really dumb. You spelled her name with a C and a K. Holy fuck, nobody knows how to spell Erica. A, I'm no longer dating her. B, why the fuck are you spelling her name like that? That is so stupid. Holy shit. How are you dumber than I am after drinking this entire thing? There's no way that I could drink this entire thing and still be smarter than you. Jesus Christ. And next. Sunny is dope as Kung Fu is strong. Sunny is dope. I like Sunny. I wish you keep your negative self-talk in check. Maybe it's a New York cultural thing. You need to be so hard on yourself, recognizing your mistakes and shortcomings. I think it is very important to be hard on yourself, to understand that your mistakes, to understand your flaws, so that you do not wind up bullshitting yourself. You know, Eli the computer guy has always said, you can lie to the world, but you shouldn't lie to yourself. And I'm very careful to not lie to myself. I know it makes me valuable. I know it makes me good at what I do. I know it makes me very good at running my business. I know what it is about myself that allowed me to go from being broke and destitute with no college education or anything else, nothing in my corner, to running a business and living my life on my own fucking terms for the last 15 years. I'm fully aware of what got me where I am, but I'm also fully aware of my failings, and I'm very careful to never believe my own bullshit. I'm never going to look at the YouTube subscriber count like, I have 1.7 million subscribers. I can never be wrong. My ideas are always right. I'm amazed. No, I'm honest with myself. There are many things I'm good at. There are many things I'm bad at. And I'm not going to allow other people to convince me otherwise. I'm going to focus on reality. I'm going to focus on the results. I'm going to focus on what I've actually accomplished. I'm going to focus on what I've actually failed at and be real with myself. My life is in shambles, but I can confidently say your advice has made some impact on me. Thank you. Thank you, Cole. I found that the good-looking dudes in dating apps are complete cunts, says Teresa. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Where is Oh Sweet Mercy? I don't know. It's gone. What do you think? Says BW Capture with
Sweet
3
Mercy.
punctuation marks. Louise, glad I could make it off work. Thank you. Thank you for the $5, but why are you calling me Louise? Louise is a girl's name. You know what else is a girl's name? Destiny. Destiny is a girl's name. Louise is a girl's name. Louis is a boy's name. Call me Louis. Louise is a girl's name. Don't call me Louise, and don't call me Destiny. Why are you getting audited? I don't know. Because God hates me. I think it's because God hates me. I'm fairly certain that's the reason. It's either that or because it's random. But I think it's because of God. I tell myself it's because of God. Who the fuck knows? Rikita Lafani, I'm impressed. Cheers, my friend. Cheers, Hannah Anderson, and thank you for handling me ranting earlier about the money thing. COVID is relatively harmless. Stats are misrepresented and manipulated. Tell that to the 1 or 2 million people dead in spite of shutting down the world's economy. I have a weird opinion. Like, COVID matters. It actually kills people. It's dangerous. I just don't think it's... Even if it is dangerous, you can't shut down the world for it. Like, you have one side of people that say, oh my God, it's so dangerous, let's shut down the world. And the other side that says, well, I don't want to shut down the world, therefore I need to minimize it and say it's not really that bad. COVID sucks. Like, I have a friend who's fucking 38 years old who's dead. Well, not a friend, an ex-employee. But, like, there's like, it's real. It's just, it's not worth shutting down the world for. And I don't think that I'm evil for saying that. I think I'm pragmatic and realistic. Why are you down in the dumps today? I'm not down in the dumps. I'm happier than I've been in a while, courtesy of Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. That shit is good. Grey Goose is something I haven't had since I was 24 years old, Aryan. But it didn't taste that good, but more importantly, it destroyed me. That doesn't work, Jason Picaro, because the particular type of audit I'm getting is the type of audit that pierces the corporate veil. So if they want to claim that I didn't collect something that I was supposed to collect for the past 4 years and ask me for that money from customers that I never collected from customers, they can just come and take that from me personally. So the bankruptcy doesn't do anything. But such is life. Such is life. You work hard, you kill yourself to make a few bucks, and you get it all taken away. That's the world. That is the world. This is an A5400. You read my comment I made 10 minutes ago. Yes, when 300 people are all talking at once, it may take me a few minutes to read your comments. Here's a tax-free gift. Appreciate your values. Thank you, Zamzam. Did Tim Cook bribe New York City to audit you, or was it an Al Capone mistake on your side? I honestly believe it was random. I don't think I matter enough for anybody. I don't think I matter enough for anybody to make any sort of serious power move to get me audited, to destroy my business and my livelihood of my company. I just think it's some random shit. I know that most people think that that's ridiculous and not something to believe, but I just think it was random. Like, I've been in business for long enough. I thought you had a girlfriend. I did, and then I didn't. That's life. Stop asking the same question. Holy fuck. Next.
Oh,
Cool
sweet
Cat says, why does
mercy.
Lewis think he's unattractive? Real experiences with real women. Here's a tax-free gift. Thank you. Do you think you'll ever move back to New York City? I don't fucking know. Working with boards and inhaling flux, is it dangerous? I don't know, but I would buy a Hacko FA430 to avoid it. What do you do for shits and giggles? I don't know. Stream to random people at midnight after drinking a bunch. Let's see. Can you please enable subtitles for the stream?
Oh, sweet
I don't know how
mercy.
to do that. All things are because of God, but God does not hate you. You have chosen the hard path of truth. You're on the right path. I don't know about that. I don't know if God's chosen anything for me. I don't know how much I believe that, but I appreciate the $10. Did you watch Destiny but plus Recful content? I did not. I got my current very high-paying job due to a video game that Recful inspired me to play. Well, that's cool. I'm glad that helped you.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I am here as a representative minority. People would like to know what happened to your comfy chair. I don't know what happened to my chair. I think it disappeared somewhere. I just don't know what happened to it. I bet your employees love to hear you think the company they work for is shit. Very motivating. Ha 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 ha. Look at you and your sanctimonious being a cunt. I don't know. There's nothing that I've said on stream that I haven't said in person to almost everybody who works here at some point in time. Don't be a cunt, Steven Cipriano. Nobody likes a cunt. I guess dicks like cunts, but at the end of the day, people don't like cunts. It's just that being a cunt is just not something people want. Like, it's not charming. You're not going to get anywhere with that. You're not going to get any lady friends. You're not going to get a better job. It's just don't be a cunt. Just don't be a cunt. There are always ways to phrase things where you're not being a cunt, and I'd suggest that you just not be a cunt. God certainly does not. Let's see. You don't have a weird opinion regarding COVID. You have the common sense opinion. It exists. It's dangerous for some. We never should have shut down the world. I agree, Brian Jones. Like, the thing is, I'm not going to say it's not dangerous. It is dangerous. It kills millions of people. It's just, I think that the result of shutting down the world long term will be worse than whatever lives are saved. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. Do you think strings would pull behind the scenes to get you audited? No. I think that it would make me feel better, vanity-wise and ego-wise, to say that, but I don't think any of that shit's true. What's going on with the audit? It's being drawn on forever. They think I wasn't collecting sales tax for mail-in repairs, which is true, because people who do not fucking live in New York State or city shouldn't have to pay sales tax because they don't fucking live here. But that says a long story. Would work for Linus Tech Tips and leave the US behind. There's nothing I could do that would make me qualified to work at Linus Tech Tips. I don't think that would work. I don't think that our personalities would work together. I think I'd get fired on day one. There's no way I'd ever be able to work for Linus, because there's no way I'd ever be able to work for anybody. I would probably get fired, but I wouldn't even get hired because I'm not qualified to do anything at Linus Tech Tips. I don't even know how to fucking build a desktop computer.
Sweet mercy.
Like, I guess I can kind of, but like, how often do you think in New York City will get rising inflation, interest rates, and higher energy costs? I mean, I don't. That doesn't make any sense because that question is kind of implying that there's something specific about New York City. So rising inflation affects everybody, not just New York City. Rising interest rates affects everybody, not New York City. Higher energy costs affects everybody, not just New York City. So that's not a New York City specific question. So I don't understand why you're asking it in a New York specific way. All of the things you've mentioned fuck everybody, not just New York City. I don't think I'm on the right side of history, Lupus Significis. I don't think I'll be remembered very well.
Oh, sweet mercy.
I hereby dub an honorary Australian for your gratuitous use of the word puppy. I have not used the word puppy once in this entire stream. I'm a kitty person, not a puppy person. Are you moving home? I don't know what the fuck that means. Shitting on the real estate systems and the shitholes you go to might be the reason. No. Listen, again, that would really stroke my ego, Jessica, whatever, but I just don't think I'm that important. Let's see. Are you depressed? You don't seem happy and drunk.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Oh, being drunk actually contributes to being happy. What do you think you need to be happy? I think to be happy, what I would need is a life trajectory that does not feel like I'm being repeatedly kicked in the nutsack, where I seek out something and I succeed at the thing I'm seeking out rather than fail at it. Whatever it is. Let's see. You lost a chair? I did. I misplaced it, I would say. I think I misplaced it. Should the average person spend their money on Apple products?
Oh, sweet mercy.
If it does what they want them to do. If it does, then great. If not, then don't. Cuomo is trying to repopulate all the life lost from COVID, but got thrown out of office for sexual harassment. He was deeply misunderstood. Cuomo was an egotistical, maniacal cunt who thought that he was a mafia leader, and he was not. And I'm glad that he's gone. What do your employees buy your business from you? I don't think they'd be able to pay me enough. Holy crap, Lewis and Linus would be a disaster. Probably Underhill. Yeah, I could see that driving everybody insane. There's no way Linus would fire you day one, but at least day three. I don't know what the fuck I'd do. Like, I don't want to talk about building computers. I have no interest in that shit. Like Intel processor, this, that, the other. I don't fucking care about that stuff. Lockdown should have happened much earlier to stop the spread in early stage and avoid new variants. Fuck lockdowns. Fuck early lockdowns. Fuck mid-stage lockdowns. Fuck late-stage lockdowns. Fuck them all. What are you doing this weekend? I am doing an interview with somebody about the one-wheel electric skateboard. I'm going to try to break another record and get 12 reps of 225 on bench press. And I am probably going to drink more liquor than I've ever drank before. In no particular order. What U.S. state is friendly has the right to repair? None. There's no difference between any of them. F you, you spammer kisp draft. I'd be passed out drinking that much Fireball. It was a good Fireball. That was some good shit. That was some quality fucking liquor right there. And drink some water to go with it. Some quality liquor.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Thank you, Lumpy Custard. I wouldn't say I have my stuff together, Carrie, but I appreciate the sentiment. I wish that were true, Dallin Tinoco. I already do it the F I want right now. Let's see. Callie Drew, I think you have mistaken this. You assume that drunk means not happy, whereas drunk actually typically means more happy. Will the stream be archived? Who knows? Who knows? Oh, it is almost time to get out of here. I'm gonna grab some more water. Should the average person spend their money on... Oh, I already answered that shit. That's old. Windows 8.1 is the best Windows version. Changed my mind. You're getting timed out. That's worth a timeout right there. If you could speak to Tim Cook one-on-one for 5 minutes, what would you say or ask? I'd be open to signing an NDA. And I would say, I'm not going to record this, and I'll get drunk enough that I won't remember this the next day. What is the actual reason for being against right to repair? Like, fuck all the shit that you tell lobbyists and CTA to say. What is your actual reason for being against this? I just want to know. The curiosity is killing me. And I know the safety and security thing is bullshit. Just give me the real reason. Like, I want to know. I won't tell anybody. I just it's killing me inside. Let me know. Why you take down the hi-hat video? That should be self-explanatory if you have a brain. Are you moving? When I find a place I want to be. For the time being, I am a nomad. I am a wandering nomad. Have you met any Southern or Midwestern women? I am pretty sure you looked interested in the farming world in that video of you winding up at that farm. I have not. I drink my water straight from the tap. Ever considered moving abroad? I have, but likely for the wrong reason. And luckily the wrong reason told me no. So I'm glad that that happened. I'm glad the wrong reason made it obvious that she was the wrong reason. I'm glad the wrong reason made it obvious. What's your take on current feminism? Do you believe there are no psychological predispositions in the average between man and woman? Do you want to have it meet a quota on hired technicians? I wouldn't want to deal with a quota on technicians. So what I've said before is I hire people from YouTube. And my YouTube viewership is for women is 3.1%. Now, people have said maybe that's because you come across with a man's perspective. Maybe you piss women off. Why didn't you think of that, you sexist pig, and blah, 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 blah. And okay, point taken. One of my best friends, Jessa Jones, is very feminine. And she is a stay-at-home mom. She has a YouTube channel for her business, which is 99% female-run, female employees, and she's a stay-at-home mom. And her YouTube channel on how to do iPad and iPhone board repair has 1.2% female viewership, which is lower than mine. And I can't explain that shit. I really can't. So, again, if you want equal rights to men, I am with you. I'll march with you. I'll hold a sign with you. If you're like, yo, businesses need quotas, yo, I'm out. I'm out. Anywhere with population in a flea market will have massive theft. Most of a flea market is stolen. Also, I need someone to build me a deck indoors, low quality. Who do I call? Eugene Harrington of Gotham City Solutions. I don't know, again, we used to live in a time where if women wanted to open a bank account, they needed a fucking husband's permission. Like, if you're a feminist that's against that shit, I will fight to the death for your ability to open your own bank account. If you're somebody that walks into my business and goes, why is there only one woman working here and 10 men? Like, just fuck off with this shit. Seriously. Like, I grew up in an environment where all the girls and women that I knew were like, why are you into this? Oh, you like soldering? That's so nerdy. That's lame. That's weird. Why do you like that? Oh my God, that's icky. Ew, solder melting? Ugh. And then, like, I become an adult. And then you start making a 6-figure salary off of it. And, like, you get to live life on your own terms. And all of a sudden, all of these girls and women that are like, wow, isn't it icky that you like technology? You're like, why won't you let me in? And it's like, I wanted to let you in. I wanted to show you what I was doing. You thought it was nerdy and lame for 10 fucking years. So I stopped showing it to you. And now I'm a sexist because my business is mostly run by men that were actually interested in this. Fuck me. And then it's like, well, maybe it's because you're a man and you come off wrong that women are not interested in working at your business. So then when I show a fucking person who's a woman, who's a stay-at-home mom, with a PhD in molecular genetics that works in my field, she has less than 50% the female viewership that I do. I can't explain that. I can't fix that. I cannot fix that. Fuck you for blaming me for this. But again, I'm a feminist. When it comes to having equal rights to men, having equal opportunities, I will fight for you. I will march for you. Absolutely. 110%. But when somebody walks in my store, and I've had this happen, and says, I am a sexist because I have one woman working there and 10 men, I cannot help this shit. I can't help this. I put up a job ad. For a board repair technician, and 300 men will apply, and 0 women. I can't change the world to that. I can't. I'm sorry. It's not much I can do about it. I can't change the world to get more women apply to that job. Like, that's the thing that drives me absolutely fucking crazy. Is when there is a specific and small brand, and to be clear, it is not all feminists. It's not even a majority of them, but a small number of them that will personally blame me and say that I am some sort of patriarchal piece of shit because I run a business that mostly employs men. It's like, yo, look at who responds. Look at who responds. It's not even like I didn't give the women a fair chance in the interview. I put up a fucking job ad, and of 300 applicants, 0 of them are female. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. That shit drives me fucking crazy. Like, I remember growing up, the amount of, trust me, when I was a teenager, I would have loved to share PlayStation modding, audio gear repair, board repair, any of this with women. It would have been great. None of them were interested. They thought I'm a fucking idiot. Why are you interested in this? This is weird. This is dumb. This is icky. And all of a sudden, I'm making 6 figures doing it. Why don't you want to include me? Why don't you want to include me? I would have loved to include you. I wanted to include you in this shit when I wasn't making any money at it because I thought it was cool, because I wanted to be involved with people. I don't know. That shit drives me nuts. That shit absolutely drives me fucking crazy. You know what's funny? But I shouldn't even be saying this. Jessa Jones is one of my best friends. I'm serious. She's a PhD in molecular genetics. She is 10 times smarter than I am. She has way more intelligence, way more education, way more potential as a human being. You know who the chief tech at her business is? A man named Mark Schaefer in Florida. Oh, man. Oh, that's just funny. It's sad, but funny. Oh, I'm wasted. I'm absolutely positively wasted. Why did you and Erica break up? Not romantically compatible, Henry DeShazo. But I hope that she finds somebody that she is romantically compatible with and lives her best life. She is a good human being and a good person. And I hope she lives an enjoyable life. I did not grow up on Long Island, Underhill. Thank you for calling out the BS of the F move and calling all men sexist. It's not all women. It's not all feminists. It's not even a majority of feminists. There are a lot of feminists, and I've met these feminists that think that the type of people that will walk into my store and call me a sexist because there's a gender disparity are full of shit. It's not all of them. It's just a small number that are a vocal minority that ruin it for everybody else. Yes, Carrie. Yes, that has happened. I traveled overseas once this year already. If I do it again, please shoot me. Because it most likely means that I'm visiting somebody that will never requite the feelings that I have and that I'm wasting my time. But that is something I'm not discussing for YouTube. The worst are people who are siding with feminists to push for quota-based employment, but just doing it to get into the pants. I guess there's a lot of people that pretend to be activists because it allows them to get sexual access they otherwise wouldn't. Are there physical design or software quirks in a Tesla that absolutely irk you? The fact that the car seems to be put together by people that have no idea how to assemble anything. What's your take on proof of work versus proof of stake systems? I don't have a take on that. Justin Trudeau can gargle my balls, cool cat. Someone says modern feminists want equal outcome, not equal opportunity, and that will only harm society. I disagree. Again, there are many feminists that do not want equal outcome, that only want equal opportunity. The thing is, you're only listening to the ones that are the loudest, that are the most obnoxious, and then you're assuming that they speak for everybody. And I would suggest that that is a mistake. Don't get into the ideological oversimplifications. That will fuck you up. Can you give us a Dave Jones impersonation? I can't. Too drunk. Hi. Welcome to EV Blog. I'm Dave Jones. I can explain why free energy is a bunch of bullshit. Solar roadways? My God. This is bullshit. Too drunk to do solar roadways. I changed my mind. I have a question. Ignoring the money, if you weren't doing electronics repairs for a living, what would you think you'd be doing? Therapist, psychiatrist, or recording engineer? Probably therapist or psychiatrist. My God, they removed the dislike button. I don't know. I can't do a good Dave Jones impression. I wish I could. I can't. What is the meaning of life? No, it's to have a sense of purpose and meaning and make the world a better place than where it was if you weren't there. Only asked about Long Island because of what you said about girls. The only girls I knew in my youth that were anti-nerd were the Long Island girls. Huh? Staten Island, which is kind of like Long Island.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Good night, Marcin. Could you do 20 push-ups right now? Well, we're going to find out. Let's see. I have almost finished a bottle of Fireball. Let's see. Let's get and the view. I believe that's 30. Staten Island sucked. I grew up there in the 70s and 80s. Can confirm, grew up there in the 90s and 2000s. It does suck. I did it, Wayne. I did 30. Don't read this. Too late. Pay attention, Wong Wei. Come on. We have expectations here. There's no such thing as too much flux, Telewit. Push-ups wearing socks. Yes, these are socks and not shoes. I'll do 40 in one set if you want. I've worked out while drunk. I've had half a bottle of Fireball and gone to the gym before. Like, I did that many times in my early 20s. Idiotic why do that. Says somebody who's probably never worked out in their life. Get the fuck out of my chat. Next. Let's see. You should be happy. You got something for free. On Twitch, there's a lot of people that only do push-ups and they get donations. But they also have the camera like lined up on their cleavage and shit. I don't think that'll work for me. In the past, I've actually gotten PRs with liquor. Ever wiped out on your e-bike? I don't know what wiped out is. What are your thoughts on the Mac Studio's power supply using screws to send power up the system instead of something conventional like wires? Don't really care. I have no investment in that. Please don't work out while drunk without a spotter. I appreciate it, Carrie. But you don't need a spotter for push-ups. But I have exercised without a spotter before. I've done the roll of shame. Not fun, gravity. Okay, where are we? Thank you, huh? If you could do 100 in a set with the camera on your cleavage, I will donate $100. You deserve it if the Twitch, more than the Twitch ethos. Fuck it, we're gonna do this shit. I've never tried to do that many push-ups, but let's figure this shit out. How many can we get? How many can we get? All right, let's do it. Two.
Oh, sweet mercy.
Nope. 29. Too much liquor. That's not happening. I made it to 29. Not happening. Way too much liquor to get past 30 push-ups. That was 29. Another drink. Fuck that. No more alcohol for me. No commitment. More push-ups than Paul Daniels will ever do on camera, even sober. I don't know, Arthurolus. I'm not really a collaboration person. Fuck you, Joshua Latimer, for your car's extended warranty. I've answered that question like 90 times this stream, Avituber43. If I answer it one more time, I'll jump out a fucking window. I can't answer the same question a million times. It's just so fucking annoying. Swimming shorts? What are you talking about, Helavatar? I've never played RuneScape before. No. Paul Daniels, that's exactly how it would go. The door existed, Haintar. How much property do you own? I don't own shit. I rent. I rent my store. I rent my apartments. I own nothing. And I'm happy because I have liquor to drink. I guess I own my liquor, which makes me happy. I guess I'm just leasing it, actually, because I drink it, but I piss it out later. Never watched Arcane, Dane. Are you free? I don't know. There was a guy that used to email me, and he actually asked me, are you free? Or what makes you free? Mike something. He used to email me regularly. And one of the best emails I got from him 3 years ago was, what makes you free? It was an email talking about a bunch of people from World War II and what they did, and what made them feel like they were free. I have a feeling he's in his 70s or 80s. Really good dude. But he asked me, what makes you free? I hope he's doing okay for himself. He emailed me about a year ago and said that his life was kind of getting more bumpy recently and he wouldn't be able to email me anymore. And that made me sad because I really like getting his emails, even if they were completely different from what I would expect. I liked having an idea. Let me see if I can actually find this. I'm going to find this email. Give me a moment. Lewis, more precisely, the gentleman was a friend of my father, but I often considered several of my father's wartime flyers as my friend, too. Max was in the same P-51 squadron element as Ed, who was the TV show host, Johnny Carson's sidekick for many years. Friends. Charlie was a P-38 and P-47 mechanic. Landed at Omaha Beach, June 1944. He was a senior tech, supervising rearmament of these aircraft at quickly built airfields up to the bluffs in an area near Pointe du Hoc. After the war, Charlie returned to being a TWA Airlines maintenance mechanic and later sold airplanes and cars. Ed was a B-24 bombardier navigator in the Southwest Pacific Theater. Low-level missions, mostly against Japanese amphibious attempts. Ed got into race car adventures after the war, making a number of trips to the Indianapolis 500. Bob was a flight test pilot and finally went off to Europe. He was shot down while command pilot for a section of B-24s near the German-Swiss border. He managed to evade and escape, making his way through Switzerland and France to Spain, then to England back to the USA, becoming again a test pilot. Harry flew B-25s from Italy, heading the soft underbelly of Europe. All of these men knew why we are free, because they made the effort to know why. I have too, and the study of the principles of freedom and the foundations of our freedom was also our tradition in public education, including the remembering of what freedom costs, in personal experience, that we only have the freedom and rights that we are able to defend. It was my generation, post-war, and among whom some branched off from tradition and entertained debauchery, drugs, and socialist political science, including their fantasies of absolute control over so many aspects of behavior by people and by government officials. On the other hand, I have remained in opposition to the abuses of power dreamed up by my totalitarian peers, who continue to insist that they are tolerant while forcing their brutality, intolerance, and mayhem on people who disagree with handling over all power to a ministry of social justice and politically pure thought police. Presently, and like you, I wonder, where should I go? I consider that I might somehow find a place with a bit of land on which to grow food or lease it to a neighbor's food-raising skill. I try to tell some stories from history in order to provide food for thought that I know might intrigue some people. Young people around here in the Southwest. They are amazed by what they did not learn in school, certainly not much from American history. I ask people, and I ask you, Lewis, why are you free? Many of you probably have sent me emails that I haven't responded to, but I do read them all, and some of them like this I do remember, even 3 to 4 years later. Very interesting email from a very interesting dude. He used to email me from time to time, and the last email that I got from him was 2 months ago. Actually, 4 months ago. I haven't been keeping up with him as well. I hope he's doing well. I really hope he's doing well. I'm guessing this guy's probably 3 times my age, but a really cool dude. And he just emails me these little stories from time to time to try and kind of get me to think of something. I have this nostalgia for people that try to explain to me these old stories.
Sweet mercy.
Something's been bothering me very much lately. I don't feel like I can talk about it. The parents or friends. I can't get the thought of Paul being cucked by... What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? Fuck off. Take that $1 and shove it up your ass. What the fuck is... Anywhere else in 0015, but not East Coast.
Sweet mercy.
Thank you, Andrea. Time to go to bed. It's time to get out of here. It's been a pleasure streaming for you all for the past 5 hours, 23 minutes, and 11 seconds. See you all later. What makes you free? The man in the email is why you're free. True. Fallacy, we answered that earlier in the video. I got a message from the person who did that fire phone. I read the message, but I haven't read the book. I'm out of here because I'm wasted. I am absolutely and utterly wasted. which means I should be able to fall asleep pretty quickly. See y'all later. Bye now. Thank you for watching.